Hello guys, welcome back to the GoldRush Leaderboard Season 30. First off, Happy New Year's to everyone. It is January 1st for those watching after the fact. Your eyes being a bit noisy. Oh. So I had some stuff drying, so that's all good. Firstly, yeah, so Happy New Year. Secondly then, I do want to warn you guys, I woke up with a migraine this morning. Thankfully, the pressure kind of broke quite early. Then I went back to sleep, which didn't wake up till like 1 o'clock. Um, Still got a little bit of a headache. Well, fairly decent headache, but manageable with painkillers, which I've done. But if it does start getting too bad again, I will end off early. I do have work tomorrow, and I can't risk having to take it off. So we'll see how it goes, but hopefully I can push through here. We are actually right at the beginning of a clean out. So I'm going to get that done real quick. I'm having some issues with my plant as well. Which I'll get to in a second. But I've got a couple of bits in the tables ready to go. So as soon as I hit this button, it's going to start cleaning gold. Maelstrom, hello. So you can hear them going away. Wow, my FPS is suddenly taking a hit. That's unusual. Just checking things. I think that's a reoccurrence of the issue with my PSU. Yeah, my GPU is not... It's not maxed out, but the power usage is extremely high. So, looks like that's still kicking off. It's alright. So the issues with my plant... I'll have to try and make do with what we've got here, guys. Issues with my plant is, for some... They stopped then, didn't they? For some reason, these two are swapping early. Like 80%. Or something stupid like that. Right? That's why there's 32% in those buckets. This is doing something similar. It's, when it maxes out, it will swap 3 grates into one bucket. And then the last 25% goes into another bucket. So it's all really, really weird right now. I don't get what's going on. What was in there was a combination of early swaps and not maxed out swaps. See that? So it is really strange. I don't know why it's doing it. I've already tried pulling out this sluice run and those jigs and replacing them. But no luck. But let's just chuck all these in. I don't know, FPS has just jumped straight back up again. That is so weird. I honestly don't know what's going on with all of that. So all of this dirt was dug out during the day. No nighttime digging on this one. That's just how it worked out. So I'm going to estimate, because I'm in some pretty decent ground, somewhere in the region of a 2,500 ounce clean out. I'll show where I'm on the leaderboard once we've done this clean out. That's another thing. So I started this leaderboard season. I actually thought it was 2 weeks late. Turns out I was more. It was actually at the halfway point. And it's a learning curve for me with this season because there was new stuff added in. I don't think I'm going to make top 10 on max gold. There is a chance on seasonal, however, and that'd be great. But either way, no matter what, I'm going to try it and just see how far I can get. if I do another season next time, that will again be another learning curve because I'm still adapting. But I will, if I do that, I will put in a full season and we'll see how I go. And hopefully each time I'll learn how to cope. Oh my god, I'm in the wrong position for this. Hope to learn every time I do a season, the different way of doing things, the different methods. I currently own none of my machinery. I'm renting everything except for the sluice runs. It is like that is quite loud. I forgot all about that. It is like a 30,000-40,000 a day rental cost. Oh my god. So yeah, I have some pretty high overhead. But by the time I could afford to buy all my stuff, I didn't want to. I didn't have the money to wait. Didn't have the. Sorry, loud. By the time I could afford to replace all my stuff well purchased, I was midway through a map and I didn't want to dig up everything and then, reset it all up. And by the time I had gotten to the end of the map, to be honest, I had more than enough money to just keep up with the rental costs. So I just didn't bother. Right. It's that FPS drop as I try to do it. Can't quite keep up with it. There we go. I'm usually quite good at getting up there. All good. So far we're at 2,100 ounces. Actually, that's a bit more than I expected. Considering this is all done during the day without the night bonus, I think I'm usually at about 1,700-1,800 just from all the jig buckets and so on. So this might be a 3,000 plus clean out. That'd be great. I've got a limited number of days right now. I'll show the leaderboard in a second. But as you can see, I've got a limited number of days till winter. So I've got 6 days, or what's the time now? About 6 days and a third, of a day. 5 days and a third of a day. To hit the top 10 in seasonal. At least the last time I looked at the 10th place seasonal total. Good. Thank you, Maelstrom. And yes, like I said, Happy New Year to everyone already. But I echo your sentiment. That's still got, yeah, that's usually like 27% left in a bucket at this point. Or to go in the bucket at this point. On the mats. So this is actually going to be quite a decent clean out after all. Oh yeah, there's 500 ounces in that one bucket alone. Over 3,000 ounces. This is definitely an unexpected clean out. A lot better than I thought it would be. In fact, I think it's the highest one I've had so far. Dylan, hello. Happy New Year, dude. I mean, 3,000 ounce squares. Oh, God, so nice to hear myself again. 3,400, almost on the dot. Look at that. So that's actually a really, really decent clean out. So, yeah, I don't think that's the wrong one, first of all. Go to this one. See, that is where I'm at. I'm position 14 on the top, on the max gold. Just under 50,000 to go. I mean, there is a slight chance, but Peter there's probably still going to be putting away gold in this final week. If I had started from the beginning, let's just double up the numbers versus the time, you know. In fact, there's still a week left, so it would actually be 2 weeks plus these 2 weeks that I've done. So I'd be at 100, roughly speaking, 100 to 120, let's call it. And then on top of that, I'd still had the 2 weeks left over. So, given a full week, there's definitely a good chance. A full season, sorry. There's definitely a good chance of getting in there. But like I said, this is me starting halfway through a 6-week season. So that's not bad considering. There were definitely some times when I could have been more efficient. Definitely some times when I weren't really paying attention and didn't realise I'd zoned out, just looking at my phone or, you know, stuff like that. So I could have definitely gone a little harder. But I'm happy with how much I've gotten and how much I've progressed, considering this is just in 2 weeks. So, and the seasonal gold is what I'm aiming for the top 10 right now. I have 9,000 to go. 9,000 to hit top 10 position. Oh, look, there's Miller. We've seen him in our streams. And his old man, of course. But I've got, what did I say it was? 5 point something days, 5.25 days, something like that, to get 9 grand. So that's not bad. Even if they're only 2 grand a clean out and I do a clean out a day, I have to do it in 3 days. But I want to obviously keep pushing for as much as I can for the season so that I don't get overridden. No, no hangover. I didn't even drink last night. It just woke up with a migraine though. Managed to break the pressure fairly early on, thankfully. Spent half the day sleeping though. I mean, I'm not going to stop trying to push for this one, but it's highly unlikely I'll get it. I've already beaten Spy. That was I didn't even realise. Mondre there he was keeping up. We were back and forth quite a lot, but then his firefighter duties kicked in a lot more suddenly, and he wasn't able to compete as much. I would rather. I mean, I'm happy to see that amount. You know, we started at the same time. If he's not catching up because he's saving lives, good on him. You know, there's no competition in that. It really is there. You know, lives versus a game. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's something I'd be able to do. So, you know, good on him. A little bit of parkour there. I have turned my mouse down a little bit for this, for the precision. I usually have my mouse a bit faster. Alright, turn that off. Swap the water over. I'll turn the machines back up in a moment. Because when I hit that button, it's going to get awfully loud again. Oh, buckets on the nugget trap. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Make me parkour even more, come on. Can you imagine the fines you'd get from M-Shore, like doing stuff like that? My car should be parked, I think, over there. Pick this on for now. Get it going. Again with the FPS drop suddenly. Let me try something here. No, that didn't change anything. I didn't have this before. Not with this game. Yeah, thanks autosave, just when I'm trying to be delicate. Can I reach? No. I've usually got a fuel tank sitting at the side here, like a big one. But this claim's so small, I didn't feel the need. This gold map, look, I've mined most of this section, and I did the 4 here. I'm actually, yeah. All of this run is done now as well. As you can see, there's nothing showing. Oh, that one isn't done. I haven't done the side section yet. This one is half mined all the way along the bank. And then we've got these 2 rows left to go. All in 3000s. Come on. It wasn't a really difficult dig to get into. It was about roughly here, where my nose was just then, at the start of the claim. So it was really difficult to get in and out with... couldn't get a Frankenstein down there to begin with. I had to use a truck. It was really difficult to get the truck out of the claim. Like, they don't want to climb out of the steep climb. I quite literally had to reverse down into this corner on a slope and then give it some oomph going that way before I swerve around to try and get up, just to give it some speed to get up there. I hate reversing with trailers. I'm rubbish at it. I have to go that slow, literally, to get anywhere. Right, I'm gonna have to go and clean up some gold at the blacksmith. Traveling to town and then back again gets rid of that dirt glitch to start off with. For limited time, then it will come back, you know. But also, I like doing my clean outs with a clean scale. And it's a fairly decent one to start the next one out. 3400 on the dot almost. But even so, let's just clean it out, gets it done. We have to come to town for something else anyway, so may as well. Currently at 36 million in the bank. Last time I checked, oh my god, the gold prices, it was like $1,300 an ounce. It had actually pushed past that 1.3k, and I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, I've been contemplating at times right now just to sell the gold at a huge loss. It's not like I need the money. But then you can't not look at the gold pile, so I find it annoying that it's still telling me, like, every single time I've even just going in like this, normally it pops up like if I've not got anything smelting. But it tells me I haven't got enough to smelt my gold. You know, my $36 million isn't enough to spend 7,000, 8,000 on a gold bar. I know it's a bit of a time waste, but your options are do it in sporadics now, or do it all later, all in one go, and you'll hear a lot longer later. Um, the other alternative is wait until daytime. With the extra gold you get at night, yes, I am wasting valuable digging time right now. This next clean out's not going to be as big because it's bottom pay. You saw like the gold map. So these were all 3,000 squares as well. That's got basically 1,000 left. Same with that one. And that one, you know, just 9 to... That one's even less. That one's under 900 ounces. If I can get through all the last little sections of these, in fact, they're less, they're about a quarter of the square left. So I actually got quite a fair reach with the excavator. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's looking at about 2 to 2,500 ounces just for those. Might get a little more because of the gold dirt processing at night. I'll have to wait and see. I missed the announcement. Almost there. Usually if the final gold smelt is 200 ounces or less, I just sell them at a loss. So I can't be bothered to do a partial bar, you know. I'll call that a loss. I'll sell that one directly. You only get 40% of the gold price, so... But even then, that's 105 grand. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bars we're going to get out of this. Look at that. That is a nice payday in anyone's books. A nice day. Actually, yeah, that's a day's work. Although, it's only 10 days to a season. A season being 3 months. Try and work this out. So, got 10 bars. So times that by 3 for a month. So that's 3 days. And then that's 10 days work. Oh, wow. It's still going up. $1,311.08 per ounce. That's over 400, almost 410 grand per bar. That's pretty decent. Look at that, pushed me over 40 mil. Oh yeah, music. Hopefully my playlist is saved. Nope. Okay. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. There we go, that's got it working. The playlist is functional. Right, you're all fueled up, good to go. I'm gonna have to readjust the Frank here. Easiest part to climb up is over this side. As you can see, it's a struggle. No, okay. Let's do this the easy way. Where did it spawn to? All the way up here? No. Oh, there it is. You know what? It must have wheeled itself down. Well, I'm not going to touch that right now. That can do whatever it's going to do. That's actually almost where I want it. It just needs to be a bit straighter. Yeah, I think that'll do. Make sure it's not pushing too hard against the rock. Otherwise it can adjust itself. Make sure that's still lined up. Good. It has shifted a tiny bit, but... Right, I'm just going to fill this first belt up before we turn stuff on. You know, save a little bit of fuel. The bucket, no, it's not the bucket, the cougar is back. I also found that for some reason my leaderboard skins for the Frankensteins don't apply themselves. They just look exactly the same, so I painted them all gold. The most expensive skin you can buy for any vehicle, it costs like $1 million. I was tempted to turn my leaderboard skin on the excavator back to the dragon. I didn't like the way that looked. As you can see, I'm digging near the top of the pile. The loader is known to delete both dirt and gold if you dig straight from the bottom. So taking it down in steps as best as possible is ideal. I know it looked like I tipped some on the floor there, but the hitbox for the hopper there is quite large. So I might have lost a tiny bit, but not much. And you can also get away quite often with letting it roll down the belt as well, but sometimes it does get stuck. So you end up having to nudge the belt, which can misplace the angle and so on. Wait, why are you tipping it out? No, none of that. That's what I'm after, thank you. My light source is being provided rather faithfully by my dozer up there. It's a lot easier than having a... Because I can do the instant refuel because of my worker levels and such. It's a lot easier just having a vehicle like that or like my dump truck. Dump truck's got an awesome light source. Whenever they run out of fuel, I just jump in, start the engine, and they're instantly refueled again. So, you know, you get notification when there's no fuel left. So it's ideal. But I use my dump truck to help me get into my vehicles faster. Basically, when I'm outside of everything, like I'm not in any vehicle. Damn it, come on. See, it shifts it. This would be the ideal place to tell you then, because I need to reposition that. So, teleport to the next vehicle takes me instantly to this one. up by the plant. If I want to get to my excavator, I then hop in here and transport over to the next vehicle. It also gets me down to the pit faster as well that way. So yep, that's not lined up properly anymore. So that's why I'm not using my dump truck as a light source, just my dozer. I usually do prefer my dump truck. But the vehicles you teleport to first depend on what was put on your claim last. So like the final vehicle added to your claim is the first one you teleport to when you're not in anything. That's why when I set up everything, my Franks get put on claim last. And I always make sure that the first one you teleport to is closest to the plant. So that if you need to get to the plant in a hurry, you're good to go. And that is some poor operating skill right there. At the moment, why are you so unstable? It usually doesn't nudge that much. Okay, that's good. That's still fine. Yeah, say something fills up. It's especially helpful right now with the issues I've got going on with my plant. Where things aren't filling up properly, and I need to get there to make sure there's enough buckets manually swapped because they're swapping them dodgily. You know, stuff like that. I need to make sure I'm on the ball as well as them. This didn't get nudged, did it? A little bit, actually. Okay, that's stuck in position. It won't go over any further. Probably because this is stopping it. Okay, well, let's bring this forward just a tad more. Oh, that's why. Okay. So because it was on the slope, the belt can't actually tip angle downwards. It can't do this. So it wasn't getting a firm enough grip. Now that's got a little bit of leeway. Hopefully everything should be good. And okay, that's fine. That's all working good. That was instantly like a 10% fill up, so I think there was quite a clump at that beginning bit. But it's pulling it off smoothly. All is working well. Oh, still got some in the bucket. Now, thankfully, this isn't like real life. When there's no material going through the wash plant, you end up losing gold because of the change in the water flow. Thankfully, when these belts run dry and there's nothing going in the wash plant, that's not the case here. It's not that realistic. Because there will come a time when I need to learn how to throw dirt in. But stage fright, no, not stage fright, stage nerves. When I'm just chilling and not focusing, it's fine. When I've actually got someone potentially watching me do it, there you go. See, I was ramming it good then. It didn't move, but the dirt ball did. So that's also why you want this steep of an angle when you're using the loader. For that reason. I think on average, I can process, when I've got Franks going and everything, I think it's about 3,000 cubic yards of dirt a day. A little over 100 yards an hour. No, 100 yards an hour would be 2,400. Yeah, so a bit over 100 yards an hour, so that's pretty good. That's actually quite fast. For just one person. All my information, of course, is based off of the show, GoldRush. And they've got plants on there that can process 300 yards an hour. In fact, that's another thunderstorm. In fact, I do believe that my particular plant could process that. Can I get that sound any lower? This time of year in the game, I mean, this is like my 8th or 9th thunderstorm. And I'm in day 4 of autumn. That's better. So sorry if anyone's got epilepsy. Pre-warning, there's going to be a lot of those. If you've got photosensitive epilepsy. One of my moderators has it. Whenever he was here, I would default to, as soon as it happened, tell him to look away, and then I'd jump up, sleep an hour, and the storm would be gone. But I'll be wasting time, of course. Thankfully, I've got a lot of lighting down here, so it's not quite as bad. As you can see, I've been attacking basically the same section over and over. So you can see that I've been doing it in steps. you save a lot of time if you dig from the bottom up, but you lose a lot of gold. And you end up having to do plant moves and resets and everything. So much more. So even if I do hit the top 10, which I'm aiming for on the seasonal, that's pretty good considering, you know, 3-week leaderboard season. I've only been at it 2 weeks. But it is the easy option. I'm still going to aim for the top 10 on the max, but I highly doubt I'll make it. So even when I've ended off the in-game year version of a season, whether I hit that spot or not, I'm still going to keep going on the streams. I'm not just going to leave it there. That was not the best. I was hoping not to dig in quite so far. I'm going to have to get from the bottom here anyway, because that's going to push it back quite a bit. I'll leave that section there now. So, I'm hoping, I can't guarantee anything because money's tight, but when I get paid on Thursday, I'm hoping I can add just enough to the donation from Azud when he donated me the $50 donation, like before the week off, before Christmas, to be able to get the PSU I need, and hopefully if I do, that will help with a lot of issues my card's having right now. The power usage is pretty high. I don't think it's quite coping, but at the same time there's a good chance my card might be running down. I got it during lockdown, so that's a good number of years now. I mean, I got it when it was like £200 to £300, and I saw my card in a second-hand pre-owned shop, electronical shop, the other day for 80. And that's them. These guys normally do quite a markup as well. So the person who sold it to them probably only got 40, if that. So that my card has in terms of gameplay paid for itself many times over. I've been able to play games that I shouldn't have been able to play at 60 with the graphics settings I was having on it. It's kept up greatly. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that word. Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't, and today seems like a no-go. My card has just been fantastic. If this power situation doesn't resolve the issue when I get it replaced, my PSU needs a replacement anyway. It's nowhere near high enough for what I need anymore. It was when I needed to replace it, when my last one broke on me. I did get kind of like the bare minimum. I think it was like a 650 watt. And I'm going to try and aim for like a 750, obviously modular, gold edition, so there's no power loss. But I'm going to need to add a good 20 to 30 on top of what I got from Azad. So that wasn't a $50, it turned out to be a £50 donation. So yeah, okay, I need to go keep an eye on things. The jigs seem to be replacing themselves at the right time this time. Half. No. Oh. Oh. Don't comment. Don't comment. You might make them realise, but my worker just swapped all 4 into the same one. Just not very... Normally it's all done at once. That was kind of weird. I was hoping to have done a lot more on this claim today, but of course my headache and the spending half the day asleep because of the headache, you know, made that not possible. I was thinking, if I can chew through this ground quick enough, I'll have time for a reset, but the reset's going to take some time as well. I'll have to wait and see how things go. With a reset, of course, you've got to open pit it, otherwise you're not going to get anywhere. You can't get to the bottom of the claim or anything like that. So open pit, flatten the land so that you can dig appropriately. Put in the machines. The machine swap I can do in like an hour, hour and a half, like the plant setup. Real time, obviously. Just depends on how much dirt deletion you've got to do at the front of the claim, and how big a section you want to bulldoze. So you can get away with bulldozing only a small section at a time if you're hard up on time. Out of Ore will be getting a really big update again soon, and it's annoying because I'm not going to be able to show you guys until I get my graphics and PSU issues fixed, unless they sort stuff out during the update. I have to run some tests on it. Oh wow, I really dropped the ball on the process paydown on this one. Oh, but I did 2 cleanouts, okay. Oh, I thought my, wait. Yeah, 186,000 dollars in machinery rent. And then 40,000 on my workers. Holy crap. I do own the claim, so there's no loss of gold there. I own every claim. I bought them all outright, even if I haven't dug on them. Okay, how you doing, dude? So that's $220,000 a day in overhead. But I do have a worker assigned to every machine, whether it's vehicle or part of the wash plant. I don't have any of the little tiny sluice runs anymore, and I don't think you actually get a wash plant performance for them either, so that's why I don't. Higher. so I didn't mind doing that. Losing them, rather. I do have 2... In fact, I need to check my workers. I've got 2 overseers because I got fed up of bear attacks. Claims, people, you name it. Constant. And I had enough of it. So I actually have 2 overseers. I don't usually. They're quite costly. Cupcake, hello. How am I feeling? Better than this morning. I woke up with a migraine. Managed to get rid of pressure broke quite early. Slept half the day. So it's just been one of those days. Bad omen for the new year, if you believe in such things. I think I had 1 or 2 workers that were due an upgrade. To finally to tier 3. My second overseer. Okay, 5 more days on one of my mechanics. Ah, wish I was hoping to have gotten higher then. Even with a fully trained worker on the machine. What am I stuck on? On the machine, the hydraulics still work a little too slowly sometimes. I'm going to have to dig into that wall because I can't maneuver. You can play with keyboard and mouse. I don't get on with the keyboard digging. But if I switch over to the mouse for a second, there you go. That's just for this. The excavator's a lot more complicated and I don't like it. I get all mixed up with my controls when I'm trying to do it on the excavator. There's just too many to keep track of, and you end up having to reverse them. But I usually dig with the control pad and general driving. Anything about like when I'm setting up the wash plant or if I'm doing a clean out, stuff like that, I will switch over to keyboard and mouse. Some people find that they dig a bit faster using keyboard and mouse. I don't know if that is the case, but for me, trying to use keyboard and mouse, I'm a lot slower. So it just makes sense to use the gamepad. You're welcome, Jason. You're welcome and welcome to the stream. It's a good job there's no cave-ins in this game. You can literally just keep attacking the same section of wall over and over from the very, very bottom, and the whole wall will just push itself back. Sorry. And any dirt that you drop onto the bedrock here is automatically deleted. Okay, well, guys, give me 1 second here. My painkillers are wearing off, and I'm starting to feel the headache coming back. So let me go grab a new one real quick, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Right. Hopefully that will kick in and I can keep going. Like I said though, guys, if my headache does start getting too bad again, I will have to stop early. I have work tomorrow and I want to make sure I don't have another migraine in the morning. I can't afford not to go in. Oh, Caged and Cuppy, apologies about last night, but you know what I'm like with people trying to shove gifts my way. I'm not one of those people. I'm grateful when I receive a gift, even whether it's donation or in person, whatever, you know. But it's a long fight for me to accept them. So I apologise about all that yesterday. But I'm sure by now you know what I'm like. Basically, for anyone not knowing, I know these two in real life, and they're trying to be like, I want to get you a new graphics card and a new power supply unit, sort of thing. I am a very difficult person when it comes to accepting gifts like that. Unless it's done in a way that I can't refuse, literally. I'm grateful no matter what, but I'm a very difficult person when it comes to accepting gifts. I never feel like I'm worth it, sort of thing, you know? Yeah, but that's the thing though, dude. I know you want to, but the two combined is like £300 to £350. And that's a lot of money. Uh, I, I, See, this is what I mean. Like, it gets me all flustered. It's like, I know you're trying to help, and I know, and I'm really appreciated. But I don't feel like it's a good idea to accept it. I don't. It just feels like, you know, just taking all the time, and that's the issue with it, you know. Wow, the jig's swapped at the appropriate time again. Wow. And what about the bucket here? Half and then half. All went into one bucket. Perfect. It's actually behaving itself. Let me just double check the jigs. Okay, we're good. That actually seems like daylight, which is so strange. Well, before, the jig buckets were emptying at like 80%, when they were 80% full. And when the sluice runs were doing it, the guy would put 3 lots of the bucket, 3 grates worth, so 75% of the sluice runs into one bucket and 25 into another. Like, what the hell? But it actually seems to be behaving itself right now. It's not going to stay like that. It keeps doing it on and off. But I like it in a way. It's, yes, okay, it takes up a bit more time trying to sort it out, but it's kind of a bit more real to the show. You know, people not doing their job properly or machinery not doing what's supposed to do. I understand where you're coming from, dude. You know me, I'm stubborn, and when I get an idea in my head, I like to see it. I don't know, I don't know. Hmm. I mean, as a YouTuber, it makes a lot of sense, you know? But it's even worse the fact that I know who it is, like, in person. And especially with Cuppy not going to be working soon as well for a little bit. Or are you moving to something else in the meantime while they're closed? So do I, and I apologise the fact I didn't get as much use out of it as I would have liked. But the lighting in my flat was never great. I did use it, of course. You saw I did, or tried to, and eventually the material actually just kind of degenerated. I did have to get rid of it in the end, but I still have a useful part of it. Where I live in the basement and the area on top of the roof no longer works, I actually use it as like an aerial antenna. I was basically the cable coming out the back of my TV for the aerial. I stripped the other end, wrapped the wires around the metal pole, and I used that as the pickup. Like total bush fix. You're going to be chilling out until at least Feb. Yeah, see? So you're going to be out of money, out of pocket. You're not going to be working. So if I were to take 300 quid off the two of you now, that's going to leave you in the lurch. I should note for other people, this green screen, I mean, I had this back on my Sad Clown channel, so it's been a good, what, Simon, nearly decade for it to degenerate like that, for it to just, you know, start forming holes and things like that. And whilst it was a good green screen, it wasn't proper cloth. It was like the polyplastic kind of stuff, kind of material. So I mean, it definitely lasted a long time. Time is it? I'm a little slower in the loader than I am with the excavator. I did do the clean out as well. Could be about 10 minutes before the plant's full. I generally average between 20 and 30 minutes a swap out. I also spent that time like smelting the gold as well. True, yeah. So you get what where I'm coming from. Where I know you in real life and I know your situation, that knowing the fact that one of you is not going to be working for the next month, you know, that makes it harder for me to accept it, the donation like that. I wouldn't want anyone to put themselves out of pocket for my benefit, you know, whether I provide them entertainment or not. We all good, dude. Gonna be getting the cheaper part in Feb and more expensive one in April. I mean, you may not be able to get the cheaper part anyway. Azza did give me, just before Christmas, the £50 donation towards it. I just need to, hopefully, when I get paid, if I got just enough left over, I might be able to add the extra to it. I mean, I could actually get a 750 watt modular PSU now with just that 50. The thing is, though, it says on it that it's 80% efficient, and you work it out, that means you're losing something like 150 watts. I don't know if it quite works that way, but that's why, like, anything below the, what was it, 75, 80 pound range was in that kind of a situation. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be modular, but it's helpful so that if a wire breaks, you can replace it. That one does not want to move. If you wouldn't do this in real life, you'd tear up the belt. Alright, well that one's stuck. I'm probably, let's see, that one's 2100 with a tiniest bit of overburden left. When I did do the bulldozing, I pushed everything right to the edge of where I'm going because it was all practically like this with no overburden. Yeah, I mean, these three aren't the best. So what I'll probably do, focus on these ones next. You know, all 3,000 plus squares. Similar, tiny little downgrade on that one, but not by much. You know, down here. And then I'll do these three last. That one. And that one I'm not going to touch. That one I've done. This back row. Yeah, I just... To me, that's the equivalent of the old 400 ounce squares. For 300 to 400 ounce. Whereas everything else around it was like 500 or 600 ounce. So I'll leave them as well. Up in here. I mean, they're pretty good-ish. But they're not very deep. And I don't like going up in that pocket. So, yeah, I'm going to focus just heading towards the back first. Because I have a limited time to hit the top 10 on seasonal. I mean, if I have to try and rip the ground during winter and try to do it then, I will. But I've never really had to do that. I've always just gone, nah, sod it. It's actually like, you know, unless they've changed things, I don't think I've ever really worked during the winter because I know how back in the day, when I've seen other people playing it before I started, hoses used to burst and stuff like that because of the cold, the extreme cold. And you'd have to rip all the ground before you could dig it, stuff like that. I don't know if that ever got changed. But because of that, I never really worked during the winter in this game. But if I have to, I will. It's just going to be, you know, not the easiest. But it will give me some extra time to try and push the limits of the top 10 seasonal. We're in max gold here. So I need 9,000 just to get into 10th slot. That will guarantee me a winning skin. I just want to reiterate here. With the exclusion of today. Today I started off at about 50,000 ounces. I think 51, something like that. That's been 2 weeks out of the 6-week season. I started with only 3 weeks left. But with 51 ounces at 2 weeks, I would have over doubled what I had because there would have been a 3rd week as well on the first half of the season, so I would have actually been on the top 10. That's not bad. Oh, give me a sec, guys. My daughter is here. I just need to talk to her real quick. Sorry guys, I just wanted to catch my daughter before she disappeared to her room. Because, well, I've slept through half the day because of that migraine this morning. There's a good chance I'll oversleep in the morning, so I just wanted to make sure she knew that I need help getting up when she gets up for work. The plant should be almost full, looking at the time. I've been streaming so far for an hour 25. And I spent probably 20 minutes between the clean out and smelting the gold. So that's an hour. It's hour 5 to an hour 10. Let's call it 15 to 20 minutes for the clean out and the gold. So that's actually some pretty decent amount of time there. I remember when I used to do 3-hour streams and I'd pretty much just about get to a clean out by the end of it. Did you see my messages yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry guys. For what, about a week, Katie, whenever you started making your way home either from work or a friend's, been tipping it down the second you left.
Yeah.
And then she left yesterday to go out, and about 5 minutes after she left,
No, 5 seconds. As soon as I got up them steps.
as soon as she left, it started tipping it down. Within moments after that, it turned to hails, and then moments after that, a thunderstorm. All of which lasted about 10 minutes.
It stopped as soon as I got to her.
Oh, I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard then. I really, really did.
What evil. Alright, I'm gonna go into my room, right?
Pardon?
I'm going into my room.
Thank you. Alright. I literally laughed for like a solid 10 minutes. Huh?
Who was making fun of me?
Oh, Cage. You know who that one's?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just said sounds funny.
Has he done what we were speaking about yesterday?
What?
Self-promo.
I don't know. Yeah, look, you see? It only swapped 2 of them out. Oh, okay, no, that maybe not. I know what's happened here. It's where 2 of them were slightly ahead of the other 2. I need to turn the water back on. Oh, you have? Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, I don't mind people, like, promoting my channel. That doesn't cost that much at all, does it? You know, if anything at all. So, you know, shout my praises to the heavens. As long as it doesn't cost you money. Word of mouth, you know, sufficient enough. And I appreciate it. I suppose I better bring my chair around. I was just relaxing a bit more, you know, just regaining energy, etc., etc. It's been a difficult day for me, body-wise, energy-wise, etc. So, right, onto keyboard and mouse. So this one shouldn't be much at all. This should be a maximum of 2600, let's call it. Am I standing on my bucket? I think that's the first time I've ever done that. That one's empty. Yeah. I do like how it's trying to tell you, like, carefully don't fall in the bucket on the warning label there. Children. Children can fall into bucket and drown. Keep children away from bucket with even a small amount of liquid. And then it looks like it's in Spanish as well. I mean, to be honest, that's an awesome detail to add into it. Not many games would bother with it. Right, so we got 850 ounces so far. 1603, sorry. So yeah, even if we get 1,000 ounces out of this, 2,600. And let the noise commence. Ah, missed. That's how the leftover in the mats usually is, 24%. Ah, hear myself again. No, wrong bucket. So 2,500. I said 25 to 26. So that's quite on target. And I said that before I even put a shovel into the ground. So don't know why I did it like that. Like that. Oh, come on. There we go. Really? Right, put these mats back. Before you ever do anything else, refuel, sell your gold, whatever. Unless you're on that literal cusp of like, oh my god, I'm not going to have enough money to pay for all my overhead. I've got about 20 minutes in game until midnight. I better go sell my gold now. Unless you're in that situation, you should always put everything back first, because I've done it before. I've gone through. I've actually done like half a fill up, like half a swap out, before I've realised that I haven't actually put something on and I've lost half of that, like a jig bucket or something. I've actually also, this is another thing I'll do, I will always make sure the plant is switched back on, whether running dry or with a tiny bit of pay, whatever. I'll always do that as well before I do anything else, because I've once this season even gone through, I don't know how much dirt, but that hopper was full and it doesn't tell you, and I hadn't switched on the plant. So I've just gotten to that point now where I just make sure everything's on, everything's running. I'll happily waste that fuel whilst I'm doing everything else, because I would rather make sure than lose out. I'll lose more money in gold than I will in fuel. Right. That's going to be a pain, so I can't be bothered with that right this second. I did turn off the belts. Yes, I did. What is there? 44%. I might just let them run dry and then deal with it later. I don't know yet. I've actually got to do some repositioning as well. That belt at the bottom is, that Frankenstein right at the bottom is max extension when it's at the dirt right now. So I need to see if the one by the plant can go any longer. I don't mind wasting the time here now because it's during the day. Oh. And like I said, I like to do my clean outs on an empty scale. I like to know exactly what I'm getting. Oh, and speaking of, let's take a look. So that is max gold. I still have 40,000 left to get. I average a clean out a day. Right now I'm getting about £3 a day. Oh, there's 2.5 to 3,000 a clean out, should I say. Thinking it takes me actually about 3/4 of a day, maybe 4/5, something like that, to do a clean out. So sometimes there's a little overlap. I might occasionally get an additional one between a couple of days or something to that effect, you know what I mean. Probably looking at 10 to 15 clean. No, it wouldn't be 10. 10 would be a maximum of 30 clean outs. 30 grand if it's £3 a clean out, or 3,000 ounces a clean out. $15 to 18 clean outs, and I will reach where Peter is. I don't know if I'm going to do that in a week. I should, hopefully. At some point I'm going to have to reset my claim though, and I do have work, so that is an issue at hand. That one, however, I need 6,000 to do, so I can do that in 2 or 3 clean outs. So I'm confident enough that I'm going to reach a top 10 seasonal. 2 to 3 clean outs, and I've got 5 days left till winter. as before, another reason why I like to come into town to do a clean, to smelt my gold is it resets that dirt glitch as well. So it's always handy right at the beginning. If you so desire, you can just leave your gold bars sitting here. Like, don't worry about selling them. But like I said, I'm nearing a reset. It costs $1 million just to reset the map, and then however much you need to do drilling tests to see if it's viable. You don't need to buy drills for the whole claim. Just a few, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 sets is usually enough to be like, okay, maybe that's worth it. Or no, oh, I don't want that one. So the more money you have in bank, the more resets you can do. I don't usually like to save scrub, so I like to have that backup option rather than have to save, reload, try it, you know. I might do a different type of save scrub, like if I come across a map that's half decent, I might make an alternate save and then keep looking, and then if I don't find anything better, I'll revert back to that one. But I won't save at the beginning, go through all my options. If I didn't like any of them, load up and start over. If I run out of money and I haven't found a claim that I like, I'm stuck with that claim. And I'll just 23 ounces just isn't worth it, so it's not worth the time it takes to smelt it. Not as big of a pile as last time. We're like 1,000 ounces short. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there was an extra 2 bars last time. But with the gold prices as they are, that should be like 400 grand plus per bar. I mean, in this game, $1,300 per big bar, or per ounce rather, is huge. But in the TV show, the point that, well, I've been rewatching them, the point I'm up to is the year after COVID. And it's actually at that point, gold prices IRL were $1,700 an ounce. I mean, could you imagine? That's nearly twice its value. Or twice its weight in value. You know what I mean. Oh, actually, do you know what? I was thinking about it. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. Screw it. I'm going to bring back the dragon. It's all good and well showing off previous leaderboard skins, and I don't mind doing it, but I don't find it necessary. Some of them are good, some of them are like, okay. Others are like, I'm just showing it off at this point, I don't care. Nighthawk. So that one I'll keep my leaderboard skin on. That one I'm going to change the leaderboard to dragon. Then I've got that leaderboard win skin, but I actually like the way that one looks. That one I don't have one on. That one is the cougar. And these, like I said, I do have them, but it doesn't really show them. So I left them as gold. I painted them gold. I do have a leaderboard skin, I believe, on my drill as well. But the drill's not on claim right now. I mean, it looks like a really tacky paint job, don't it? What the hell? Oh, did it run out of fuel? No? That's so strange. Alright. Let's let this belt run dry for a second. Because when you do move the belt, like extend and retract, etc., as you can see, it does move. So you end up losing gold or losing pay dirt. So yeah, this can go back a little bit. Right. Of course, when it goes up, you end up losing out on length. But the next belt needs to be able to push into it, so... I think that is our maximum we're going to get out of it. Maximum length. Let's park that. We'll give that a test in a minute. What I might end up having to do, actually, I think I'll get another one in. If I leave this at minimum extension, I can probably get a second one in. That help me get around the corner there as well. I don't think that's going to work like that. What I might have to do is zigzag it. Either that or, actually, after all that, bring this one closer. My other option is, if I don't bring another one down, then I'm going to have to load up a rock truck and dump the rock truck into it. Right, let's try that there. Take off the incline. It still tends to push on the bottom there. Let's try it there. Wait for it to settle. It's sliding around a lot, as you can see. If I push down on the bottom there, hopefully it won't move around as much. Leave that there. This is the next one in line. I'll probably refuel this one. Oh, this one's at 100% anyway. I'll probably have to refuel the other two. Right, that's at the top now, okay. Another thing I'm kind of glad about how it's not as realistic as it should be. Basically, every, like, if I went like that little turn there, that back end would be wobbling so much. Because of the length, it's like an inch movement on the tracks is a foot movement or something equivalent on the end of the belt. So thankfully, that's not a breakable component. I mean, these do only move at 5 miles an hour, granted. But that's only because they're made out of an excavator. Quite literally, it's a conveyor belt stuck on the end of an excavator. And in the TV show, when Parker had his one actually made, this is based off of something that was on Parker's claim in the show. It was, I think, full extension or near full extension. So the front and back had issues with the wobbling when he was moving it. To be viable, I need to get elevation. I generally like to stick it part way, if I can, between two squares, so I have to move it less often. I can generally reach it from both sides of the square that way. You can't have it flat against the wall, and that's actually too far forwards. Or this one needs to go forwards more. Once all this is done, the only thing I'd ever have to do is make them longer as we go along. But it'll be a long time before these first two will need doing. It will only be that end one. Once that end one reaches max length, then the other two are pretty much set. Okay, let's run a little test, shall we? Before we refuel, just make sure they're all in the right place. Yeah, that looks better than the leaderboard skin. dragon. I mean, the further away in the from the center, the slower you are. You know, you've got that that distance to traverse. But if you start from the outside and work your way in, you'll get faster as you go. The way I usually see it, anyway. There, don't want to dig too far down or I'll lose dirt. Which I might be doing. No, I think it's catching it in the hopper just about. If not, then it's collecting on the dirt that's already down. So, but if you have it too close to the dirt, when the dirt pushes out, either from dirt dropping down like that, or where you dig and it pushes out underneath, because the parking brake's on, but it's got no room. It's trying to be pushed, but there's no room to do it. It starts spazzing out. It starts like really shaking, and dirt goes flying as a result. You end up losing dirt that way too. Right, let's start off with this one. I'm gonna roll myself a sig here while I'm waiting for it to happen. So that one looks good. Should be enough. I don't want to use it all up, because if I have to readjust, I still got some backup dirt on the belts. On the belts that I can run through, so. So I was reading chat. Does any pay dirt that misses the first rank intake zone just pile up to collect later, or does it get auto deleted? Anything, any dirt, this patch of ground, the hard ground that the Frankenstein is currently resting on, is bedrock. Any dirt that gets dumped onto bedrock is deleted. There is a little bit of the hopper's a little bit wider. The hitbox for the hopper is a little wider than the initial way it looks, than the model's size. So you can get away with a little bit of a leeway. But if I were to pick up a shovel full of dirt with the loader and just dump it on this hard bed here, this hard ground here, it will be deleted. Dirt will pile up if it's on dirt, but not on the bedrock. I'll give you a demo in a moment. That is a little too close for my liking. So if I scoot that one over. There, that's good. Then I need to adjust this one in kind. There is good. Oh, wrong direction. See that? That's on the belt technically, not on the hopper of the belt. So it should be forming and then rolling down, but it's not. It's collecting. So there is a little bit of give. Although, I need that to be closer to the centre. So I'm going to have to adjust this one a bit more. Use the back to push me around. Like I said, you want to come off the wall a little bit, otherwise the whole thing will start shaking violently at some point and you'll end up losing dirt balls, dirt nodes. Right, time for the demo for Jason here. Just zoomed out on the camera, turned it around as well. Got a super sensitive mouse. It takes a moment to get out of here. Right, I'm gonna... You know what, this dirt piled up here would be a good example, good way of doing it. I'm not going to dig this up for anything else, and I'm done with that section, so... Right, grab a good old scoop. Oh, my diff lock's not on. So if I dump it here, as you can see, it mounds up. There is a loss. There's a lot of loss in this game, like bulldozing deletes dirt. It does push some around, but for the most part, you end up losing a lot. The front end loader and deletes some if you're not careful. Well, just from the scoops alone. So you don't want to be moving dirt from one spot to the next but using like this. You don't want to make a pay pile because you will end up with a loss overall. You want to transfer it straight into the thing, either by Frankenstein's or the dump truck. But dumping it here on the bedrock, auto deleted. This is why I haven't also got like these. I normally put one of these at the end of each Frankenstein, but I will only do it when I'll only put one at each Frankenstein when that Frankenstein is not only at max length, but going to be at max length, like no longer going to be changed. Obviously, I've had to change all of them right now, so. That's alright, dude. It's a little outdated now, but the principle's still the same. On my channel somewhere, there is a video saying how I start on leaderboards. The number of nuggets you get from drilling has been drastically reduced. So instead of buying all of your equipment, or most of your equipment, you need to rent it. And it's about 400 to 500 ounces you'll get from drilling now. And you might need to, instead of just flat out doing the full year's or 2 years worth of skipping time to get your workers leveled, you might need to do a little bit, then earn some money, then put the equipment away, sell the equipment back, skip some more time, and then re-rent. But that aside, that video is still fairly valid. And there's also 2 live stream videos on the channel, which I called Best Way to Dig, Myth Busting. One of them basically I dug the same patch of ground once using the excavator, digging from the top down, and then finishing up with the front end loader and registering the results, right? Keeping note of the results, how much gold I got from it. Then I just used the front end loader, digging from the bottom up, and there was a huge loss. So it's kind of conclusive proof that you do lose gold if you just use the front end loader. It's designed, the whole game is designed to dig down in tiers. Once I've gotten to grips with the changes in the leaderboard fully, I will be making a fresh how I set up for the leaderboards video. You've got to be careful when using these as well. If this tank here is sliding around and it pulls it pulls further than the maximum reach of the hose will break and you'll start spewing fuel everywhere. You don't lose gold because there's fuel on the ground. That mechanic isn't in the game. I mean, that does happen IRL. Because it changes the buoyancy of the water. But in this game, all it does is cost you fuel. Oh yeah, that one was fully fueled, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's what I was going for. They're easy to follow. Like I said, there are differences now. This is my first season I played with those differences. And I didn't start the season until halfway in, so I'm not on the top 10 for max gold. The drill, like I said, the amount of nuggets you get from drilling is reduced dramatically. So instead of, you won't be able to buy any of your equipment, you can only rent it all to begin with, which is why I'm still renting it now. And you won't be able to start off with any francs. Oh dear. That is in drastic need of a elevation change. Ugh, it's still not very stable though, is it? Holy crap. And like I said, you won't be able to flat out max out your workers in the first 2 years of skipping. You won't have enough money. You might be able to start off a little bit, and then once you've got enough money to be able to skip further, just sell all of your equipment so you've not got any rental costs, max them out, and then re-rent all your equipment. But you might need to sell to begin with. You might need to do cleanouts instead of waiting for 3 swaps. You might need to wait. Do it every time they swap out just to maintain to begin with. Would help if I turned the belts on, wouldn't it? I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that one. Okay, that's still good. So I think this does 6%. when it's a full bucket lands on there. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11. Let's try and be really precise with this one. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There was one on there where I wasn't sure if it was 1 or 2. So yeah, it's all landing in, I think. Digging down there, that was a mistake, because it tore in a groove all the way to the top, which will end up losing you dirt. You'll end up deleting some as a result of that. So you do want to do it down in steps. Jason, are you aware of what the gold or white lines, like the colour of the lines for each square, represent? Sometimes they're not very accurate, like that one. Let me have a look at this square I'm digging in here. So that should be here, I want to say. No, here. Yeah, that's that square there. You are? Okay. Because sometimes people think it's just what the ground's yielding. It's not. And for some reason it's telling me that it's just overburden I'm digging in right now, but I'm not. There you go, look, it changed. But if I were to then plunge my bucket into a section of overburden on that same square, that colour will change. But at the same time, if I was getting half a bucket of overburden and half a bucket of GoldRush from a different square, or GoldRush first, then the other half from the overburden side, the overburden will show gold in it. So it's not actually what's in the ground, it's what's in your bucket at the time. Okay, that's bugging me already. So let's go sort that out. But that got very framey then, didn't it? Oh my god, click on it. Thank you. Right, before I continue, I just realised what the time is. I'm almost out of coffee and I've got a decent length of stream to go. So I'm going to quickly go make one and take a moment, stretch my legs. But I'll be back in a few minutes here, guys, so don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. It's just that the painkillers I'm taking for my headache, try and keep it at bay, can also dehydrate, and I'm trying to make sure I don't dehydrate enough to get a reoccurrence. I know caffeine dehydrates as well, don't get me wrong, but I'm making it's not nowhere near as strong as I usually drink. If I were to right now not give my body any caffeine at all, it would go into withdrawal symptoms on it, or start feeling withdrawal symptoms, which would make the whole situation worse. So I'd rather have a little than none at all. Right, it's about 8:30. We've put a tiny bit in there, but if I keep up my usual pace, I reckon about 1:45 will be when the next swap out happens. I can't see because it keeps trying to glitch out on the dirt on me again. It's not my favourite view for digging. You're a lot less accurate, especially when it comes to digging at the right level. See, look, there I would have lost a couple of nodes. So that all bounced off the cliff edge there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. So yeah, I'm not actually losing any because of the hitbox there. Do you notice how when I realised then where I was digging, I pulled up. Go a tiny bit forwards. You have to be able to grab a bit more on the edge there. Ah, damn it. Okay, so I think that section there is done. Let's jump back into that view for a moment. Double check. Yeah, pretty much. That's basically done there. Moving the excavator is a lot less time consuming than moving the Frankenstein. So that's why I tend to place it somewhere midway between two squares. Should be able to go back in this view for now. It is my preferred view, to be honest. I would advise anyone who's new to the game as well. Some people are known to have crashes. I've never really had that issue with GoldRush, except maybe upon trying to exit the game. At which point I've already saved. But when I noted that a lot of people were getting crashes, I set my autosave to happen every in-game hour, which is equivalent to every 5 minutes, I think. Something like that. So, you get the occasional kind of lag spike when it saves. So, you end up going, like, moving and then, like that last little jittery bit there because of the autosave. But as far as issues go when it autosaves, that's not really much. So it is definitely good for you to have it on autosave. The worst amount of time you'll lose is like a good 5 minutes. It was half past on real time when it autosaved, so I'm gonna, the next time it happens, I'll look at the time and I'll be able to give you a better reference point. Okay, I could do with being a tiny bit over. Otherwise, I'm not going to get that spine in the middle there. That spine here. So I will be streaming. I should have said this at the beginning, really. But I will be streaming, or trying to stream, as long as I don't have any more headaches like that, every day this week for the end of the season final push. Then next week, I'll take off just to compensate for the 7-day long. I'll probably take off the what I usually stream on the Monday, Tuesday, and I'm normally off on the Wednesday anyway, and then I'll come back on the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday streams. What is, if any, the memory leaks like? Is there max playtime before having to close down and restart? I've had this game running since about 1 o'clock. It is 1 PM. It is now 8:30. The only thing you have to do, realistically, you saw when that dirt started glitching on me, and I teleported to town and back. That resets it for a little bit. Sometimes it's a longer time frame until it starts up again. Other times it's quick. But that dirt issue is one of the biggest issues you'll have. There is not many, to be honest. It's a fairly polished game, but they have always struggled to get rid of that dirt glitching issue. The performance used to be a lot worse. But we're talking years ago here. And whilst I haven't really been adding much content... Oh, well, wait, is that early? Yep, it's doing it again. So this shouldn't be 50% in here. Which means that's going to do it as well. This is not a general issue. This is just something that's happening to me recently for some reason. Got to go. Have to get kids to bed. Hopefully catch up later. Yeah, I'm streaming for another, hopefully, 2.5 hours. Unless anything happens. Thanks for stopping by, though. Appreciate it. But this is 10 minutes earlier than I assumed it would be as well, this swap out. Hope there's enough dirt on the belts to push it through. And it done a 2 and 2. So yeah. It's screwing up on me again. Goddamn workers. What somebody, I don't know, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Mondre. Said that he's had it before, and when he just literally pulled out his entire plant and put it back in, it fixed the issue. But I'm not going to dedicate that kind of a time to it right now. That wasn't even a 2 and 2. That was a 3 and 1. That's why I've got the extra buckets up here. So if it does it again, they're there. And then when it fills up, I can just chuck some extra buckets in there. And I shouldn't need to worry about monitoring the jigs now either, because there's enough buckets in there to compensate. Oh, that was a bit further than I meant to there. So it is 37. 8:37 right now. My usual fast pace would get it done in 20 minutes, so basically on the hour. Right, before I dig too much more under my tracks, I need to get some of this stuff down here so I can then pull backwards. Hey old man, how you doing, dude? Happy New Year to you. Well done on the leaderboard, dude. Right, question. As someone who knows these changes, this is day one of week 3 for me playing the leaderboard. So I've essentially put 2 full weeks into it. Where am I? Right. That is my max gold. Is that good for 2 weeks? Oh, you've been pushed off the top 10. By about 2,000 ounces. Not even that. And my seasonal, which I'm trying to get into the top 10 for right now, is only 6,000 away from the top 10 on that. By my estimations, I was at about 51,000 before today. So that was after 2 weeks. So that would put me at 150,000 ounces. So that would have, by the end of the season, if I'd carried on like that the entire way, so I would have well and truly been in the top 10 on that. That's just my guess. Yeah, we have been back and forth for a few days. Those numbers are looking crazy, which I could. So I've done good. Then is what you're saying. I mean, granted, I've had more time off this last couple of weeks than I usually do because of the holidays, time off from work. But even so. Because I think I might compete in the next one from the start and see how I do. It's very good. Oh, that's good to know. I thought I was, wasn't doing that good. There was a few moments as well when, like for example, my first map on here, on this claim was quite large, but I was averaging 2,000 ounces a square. And I literally had 2 rows like I have now. before I realised, hang on, I've got the money, I should reset this for a better claim. It took me that long to realise. So I could have gotten onto a bigger, better claim, bigger, better gold a lot sooner. So it could have actually been more put through. Well, today, so far, I've done 9,000. These, well, the ones I'm digging in right now are all 3,000 ounce squares. Those three on the end there are in the 2,000s. I'm going to leave them till last because I've got a limited time of the season left. 5 days till winter, so I want to not only get on to the top 10, at least get some sort of a win on the seasonal, but I want to make sure I can stay there because we've only got, obviously, this week left. MJ, hello, welcome. Everyone, I really appreciate the likes as well. Thank you very much. $2,300. Your daily average is about 2,300. Oh, what? Dirt pushed. I tend to average 25 to 3,000. Interesting game. This is a very good game. But there are limitations. You're stuck with the dirt on this claim. And the gold is only in certain locations. You've got to drill to ascertain it. All this grey area is... No. You know, there's 19 ounces in that square. There's 19 in that one. It's not even worth the fuel. Some of them have 0. 5 ounces. 52. 95. Even so, not worth doing it. You know, you want the gold rich. And even then, these ones here, I'm not even going to touch. But if you want a much more immersive mining game, look at Out of Ore. Oh, because of 7 days. I do like 7 Days to Die, don't get me wrong. I do enjoy that game. Tomorrow stream it will say 6 days to go. But basically, this is a competitive leaderboard. It basically, you've got to see how much you can put through, how much gold you can process in. It's like generally 6 weeks, though I came to it halfway through. I started it halfway through to see how I'd do. And it ends on Sunday, which is why 7 days to go. Why no Franks? I'm a lot faster with the Franks than I am with a dump truck. Especially with that hill you got to climb. I mean, this claim... Oh, don't get me wrong. Rich claim. But my gold started here. So I was having to swing the... I had to start with a dump truck. I had to reverse it down into this corner. Then drive it along to get some speed, then like that, just to get up and over this hump. Annoying as hell. Yeah, there is no real multiplayer in this game. Except for the leaderboards. See how much you can put... How much gold you can process in 6 weeks of the game. Or 6 weeks IRL with the game. Everyone has like a preset, the same starting claim, because there's 4 different ones. This one has the biggest gold on it. So once you get to this claim, everyone just resets this one. There's a lot of overhead if you end up renting, which you have to do pretty much to begin with. Right now, my overhead, because I still didn't actually get round to owning anything, My overhead between my rental costs and my staff costs is 220,000, I believe. And of course, every time you reset, you have to pull out your equipment, push it back. Oh, I'm having some issues with my equipment here, old man. This one, he'll do a clean out, but he'll swap it. He'll put like 3 grates into one bucket and the 4th into another. And on here, these will swap out. Like this is at 53% versus them 43. He'll literally just, he'll swap it out early, like 80% or 90%. It's really frustrating. I've pulled the equipment and I've replaced it. But because I'm digging right from the top, since there was no overburden, plus the time to set up both the Franks and put it, I would half the time. Yeah, well, there's still a decent amount of gold left in the bottom once you... I mean, it may not be as good overall, but I still like to clean it out. Oh, you got the same bug? It's annoying, isn't it? And what's even more annoying, I mean, yes, I took the skin off this excavator, put on the dragon. And I've put gold on my Franks, but my Franks do have a leaderboard skin, but they're not... Well, when I put the leaderboard skin on them, they just look normal. I suppose, I mean, I tend to put a bit more time into them than you do on the leaderboards, don't I? So I can afford to do it that way, I suppose. So I said roughly on the hour for my swap out to happen. That's 10 minutes. If that is the case, then it's just over 20 minutes equals 100% of the 300 I need. So it's 20. So it'll be, if I'm working it out to 20 minutes a swap, or even 25 minutes a swap, that's a little over an hour to fill up the plant. That's not bad at all. Oh, have I? 101 hours. A lot of, I would admit, like earlier when I had a bath, I left the game on pause, you know, stuff like that. So that can't be relied on 100%. I also found a few times like I might have stopped for a 5-minute break, opened up a game on my phone. Next thing I know, an hour's passed. You know, so I've procrastinated a bit as well. So you're running at about 25 a swap. That was a bit jerky, wasn't it? Still really jerky. What the hell? Yeah, I've got the dragon here. I've got... Oh, you can't really see it. Where is it? It's parked over there. The front end loader over there is the cougar. You know, the cougar because she's in leopard print. She's a gold digger, and she's got a big bucket. Enough said. Right. Trying to be careful and stepping it down. But it's not always easy on this view. But I don't want to teleport to town to get rid of that dirt glitch just yet. Well, looks like I extended a bit too far out there. Got a bit of dirt up on the belt. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, I better back up. Oh, I just saw a bit that hit the bedrock. It actively bounced underneath the hopper. It's mistakes like that that cost you the ounces. You often use the camera in front of the bucket when digging, as you are, but most of the time I use cam 4, as most people call it. Well, this one. This camera. I prefer the bucket cam. Oh, do you see that one go flying then? That's just a gravel pump. That's done early. It's the rest of them we need to take note of the time. And you said about the time it takes to place the Franks, old man. That's why, if you look, I've got it set between the square I'm on and this square. That means I can dig from this side and this side before having to move it. So that saves on time that way. And we are at 5 minutes 2. So that's just shy of 20 minutes. Split says his average is over 5k daily dirt. I've seen him at 5k. I think he touch digs. He doesn't like to. Because you're not really digging the way you're supposed to, but I think he touch digs when he's just competing. That, and he's constantly washing. Like, that lot swapped out, so he would have darted over to the wash plant. He's got his gold nuggetators already running with mats in them. He just grabs a mat whilst it's running, swaps it out, and then dashes back again. And that swaps out buckets, so he doesn't stop to do a full clean out either. Cleaning off any of those little bumps and ridges as best I can. I'm going to have to ignore that little one there, of course. I'd say that's fairly done. Just need to back up into this last little corner or this square here. Right, I am basically digging wrong now, so time to move on. Because what I'm doing when I'm scooping off the ground, you know, cleaning up that bottom section, there's not enough in my bucket. So when I hit the wall, I'm actually taking away a section of the wall. So that's not the best way to dig in this. You end up losing gold as a result of that. You end up deleting dirt. But do you see what I mean here, old man? I'm doing 2 complete sections before having to even think about moving the Franks. So the time I save for moving the Franks that way is better than the time I lose driving all the time with the dump trucks. I need to get rid of the thumb. The thumb is pointless. I mean, unless you're really on the edge of your reach, then you can keep it closed whilst you're tipping until you get to that final point, but that's the only use the thumb has. I mean, it doesn't even work that well when you're like picking up a sluice box with the bucket. You know, it doesn't clamp down on it. It just glitches through. And I'm not even paying attention to where my dirt is being thrown. There we go. That's better. So my plant should be full from about somewhere around 1/4 past the hour IRL. It's more about getting them into position. I don't mind moving the last one around a bit. Yeah. It's only today on this claim that I've had to really reposition the top one. I've only got 3 in use right now. I only during this stream needed the 3rd one and had to reposition it all. So, you know, I've done pretty well. How long of a break is there usually between leaderboards? It's a month, isn't it? It's usually like 4 weeks on, 6 weeks, 4 weeks off, 6 weeks on, isn't it? Come on, keep up. Keep up the pace. Yeah, something like that. I always thought it was 4 weeks on and 4 weeks off. But this has been a 6-week season though, hasn't it? Because I started off at what I thought was 2 weeks late. Turned out it was 3. And I've played 2 weeks since then, and this is week 3. Kind of slammed that one in hard, didn't I? That should mean about 30% left to go. It's been doing it 10% early each time. Let me see if that's right. Yep. This started late due to the beta test. Yeah, but it was the 8th you said it started, didn't you? I don't know. I've lost track now. It's a 5 or 6 week season. I think it's 6 weeks. Maybe I was only 2 weeks late. I don't know. I've lost track completely. You know, you sit here playing this day in, day out. Even around work, you lose track completely. You don't even know how much time you put in. I can't even remember the date of my first one now. I don't know. I've lost track. I can't even begin. I still got this headache. Knowing it was bad, obviously, but... Or if it is, it's being hidden by the painkillers. Oh, so it's a 5-week season then. Okay, so I was 2 weeks late to it. Or... Yeah, ignoring the 2 days. I say 2 days because today is the 3rd, so yeah. Come off the wall. Track that a little bit to do so. There you go. It won't be for long anyway. Start the engine would help. I mean, do you remember when it was like 8 weeks long? The season. God, that was a tough slog, those ones. It was so difficult. You're like, by the end of it, you just didn't want to see the game again for another year. You'd end up taking off the next 2 seasons, just not competing. Just to get your want to play the game back again. Alright, so that is 5 minutes earlier than I said, so I've been doing... That one was only 15 minutes. The second I turn on this generator, the gold in the tables will start processing. I'm going to wait a second. Oh, back needs a stretch. So let's have a look real quick, actually. Let's see if there's anything's changed here. So I still need 40,000. I'm wondering if I'm able to... I'm going to have a plant change. I've got 7 days, 6 after tonight, to do this. Oh man, when it tells you the end of season time, does it say 1 minute to midnight for you? Because if not, then the time, because I can never remember if the time it tells you is individual to your location. If it's not 1 minute to midnight for you, oh no, 1 minute to 12, 1 minute to 11, sorry, for me, it says 1 minute to 11 at night. So if that's not the case, I've got till then. So if it's individual to each of each location, I've got until then. I'm gonna have to do a plant reset at some point. You believe it did? But I don't know what time zone it references. That's the annoying thing. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to hit the top 10. Peter's no doubt going to put stuff through. So's Old Man, of course. But I'm confident enough that I'm going to hit it in this one. I mean, I'd reset the claim now for an even bigger, better one to last me throughout the week if it weren't for this. So... You do think it's regional. Mine says 22, 59 and 59 seconds. So I don't know. You're hoping he stops this last week. Well, I don't think I'm going to have a chance to catch up on the top 10 max gold anyway. This isn't my usual style of doing the clean out either. Usually I would clean everything and then wash everything all in one go. But this saves time. In the long run, this does save time. Ah, that doesn't. So I usually get about 1,000-ish off the mats. So this will be a good indicator. They're all done. They're all done. They're all done. Oh, maybe I'm going to be heading for a 3,000 ounce clean out here. Was that both of them stopped? Yeah. Come back. You've been getting about 3,000 ounces a clean out. Well, these are 3,000 ounce squares as well. Although obviously I dig out more than half a square by reaching towards the bottom. But I only went half back this time because I had some extra in front from the previous. So I might have a 3,000 ounce on the next clean out too. I think another thing that would have set me further ahead in the time I played is if it hadn't have been Riverview to start with. If it had been Pine Valley or Nighthawk as the starting claim, I would have had a better chance of catching up. Now, I usually have 24% left in the mats. Oh, wow, yeah, this is going to be a good one. Oh, come on. Hey, Pregnator, I could do that, but my PSU is struggling to give enough power to my GPU right now. I need to upgrade my power supply unit. That's why I can't really do out of ore right now as well. So I don't recommend all those buckets on claim for me at the moment. It's my PC's not going to keep up. $2,600 basically push through. Look at that overhead. Oh, noise gone. Thank God for that. And again, game might do weird stuff. Yeah, exactly. But no, last time my power supply unit died, I went for... I didn't have much money, so I went for the basic, what my computer needs. You know, so I think I went for, I think it's like a 6 or 650 watt. But now, my card's starting to wear out, so it's pulling more power. And it's struggling to keep up, so I need to upgrade. Either just my power supply unit or both. I mean, I'm definitely looking... What did I get? 3.4k. That's not bad. What did that do to me on the leaderboard? Still in 12th. Yeah, I must have just been past this position, so yeah. That is the seasonal, though. So I only need another... Well, 3,000. One more really good clean out. And in here, I've pushed up to 13th. Hey, look, there's old man. I can actually see the entirety of the leaderboard in order now. Yeah, but I haven't got that kind of a money. I mean, as it is, Azza did like a Christmas dono of £50, I think it was. That's sitting in my PayPal right now. And I'm hoping, though I don't think it will, I will be not 100% sure, but I'm hoping on payday I'll be able to add the extra to it. I need another like £20-30 to get a 750 modular. One that doesn't have a percentage loss too. Trying to kick old man out of the top 10. I won't be kicking him out of the top 10. There's only a week left. I do have work. And he is a good 50 up from me. 40. 40,000 up from me. And that's another 14 cleanouts if I get 3,000 a cleanout. And that's assuming old man doesn't do any more himself. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would be nice. It's just a struggle right now. Hours have been down at work. I mean, this last week I had to fight for an extra shift. I mean, it was horrible. I only had like 3 days at work. I was only able to get 1 extra shift on top of that. It really was terrible. Next week I'm still not, or this week even, I'm still not up at my usual hours. It's just the economy obviously is pretty bad at the moment. Cost of living's really high. People were fine buying McDonald's and stuff for ages, and then Christmas came, and then everyone realised, holy crap, I got no money left, and then stopped buying McDonald's for a while. Most people didn't, we didn't get that much custom. So everyone was getting the hours because it was expected to be busy, but it wasn't. So then, after that, hours had to be dropped for everyone, even managers. It sucks, but it's the way life goes. I will duct tape old man to his chair so he can't play, but he can watch you going past him. Buckets, mats, buckets, yeah, all's in place. What's my fuel usage like? 40 something? I'll clean the gold out once the night's over with, because obviously you get the bonus at night. It'll be 43,000 in a little bit. I don't doubt, dude. So, again, I'm going to be trying to stream every night this week. I did have a migraine this morning, so if anything like that kicks up again, then I might have to skip 1 or 2. It depends on what happens, but I'm hoping nothing happens. On coffee. Sorry, I went to drink and then I started talking, so. Then next week, I'm not going to stream on the Monday, Tuesday, just to give a break after the week long. Wednesday is usually my day off, so I'll keep that as standard. And I'll be back with streaming on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then the week after next week, I will start up that hard mode that people seem to want. Wait, it said the fuel tank is empty, didn't it? Actually, start there and go backwards. It's not you. You weren't even on. It's you. Try the start with. I've only done hard mode once and I failed. I didn't quite grasp how tough it was going to be. And I wound up not using some of the dirt. I mean, I could have recovered, I think, but I wasn't really getting much in the way of views. Like, there were times when I was just there on my own. But things have picked up a lot recently, so hopefully this time round will be different. Ah. Come on. You gotta want it. Come on. Gotcha. Now I gotta get the damn thing out. There we go. Right, can I make it out this time? Yeah, I had enough of a run up. I doubt I'm going to get to another clean out. Well, yeah, 9:30. So 10. So 11 o'clock will be an hour and a half. We'll just have to wait and see. But I don't think I'm going to actually finish cleaning before next stream. Before stream end. Hard mode is a lot about money management and knowing the game logic. Loans are more like death to the hard mode game. That's fair enough. Oh, you were saying try not to get it as in a way of saying you'll do better if you don't. Oh, okay, I get you. I thought you were trying to like give me an even harder game. I mean, I'd still need a loan. Oh, I suppose I wouldn't. I can still buy what I need for the hog pan area. I just wouldn't be able to have a pump for the bucket, for the water. I'd have to do it by hand with buckets. Oh, it makes it a longer game rather than harder. Oh, okay. Yep, my back's starting to seize here, so I'm just going to shift my position in my chair for a sec. Don't need to ever take a loan. It'll just take longer to get stuff. No, that's fair enough. I think my longest ever series on anything is well over 100 episodes. I can't remember if it was on this channel or if it was my old channel. But it was Oblivion. And I wasn't even halfway through the game. But I stopped after about halfway through, like doing all the guilds and stuff like that. It was videos, not streams. I had to give it a break after that, you know, 100 straight episodes. And when I came back to it, no one seemed to want to watch anymore. So, you know, I kind of gave up on it. Kind of fizzled out. That's fine, old man. He's going to go do a clean out. Usually he says, got to go put my daughter to bed or something like that. He's just AFK for a bit. So I reckon he's gone to go do his own clean out. 102.5 thousand. Or 100,000, you know what I mean. 102,500. Tomorrow's stream won't be as early as this one was, because I am back at work. But I'll start at either 6:30 or 7, most likely 7, which is my usual time. You know, it gives me a chance to get home, have some food, sit down for a minute, chill out, relax, just get into that zone. I saw the whole wall move on that one, so ease off from there. I've actually been known to overfill this belt before. Like, go beyond what I need to. Like, end up losing dirt as a result. What am I stuck on? Thank you. I think I'm scraping the sidewall here. Oh, crap. I saw that. Okay, in there as well. Alright, so it looks like it's time for the loader. The Cougar is up. I know you don't need to actually put the bucket down. It's just, I don't know why, but it's become a habit. Clear the top half of the belt. I don't get why that moves. Cougar. And then my gold digger. Where is she? Can't go my usual route because that's up close and personal with the wash plant. Up high to start. Bring out the view. Around 6, 7 in the morning, I will go to town to smelt my gold quick. Again, like I said, I like to do my cleanouts with a clean scale. I just like to know how much I get exactly, each time. Which is why usually I wait until everything's processed before washing all the buckets together. But when I go to town, I need to go to town to clear this dirt glitch, and I'm not going to do that until the night's over because I'll get better gold during the night. So, it's an ideal time to do it. That was a pathetic scoop. Come on. We all know how big your bucket is. Take a good scoop. See? Wasn't so hard now, was it? Plant should be close to swapping, which means I'll have to go up there again to deal with the excess buckets because of the issue it's having with the swap outs. Anyone who's new to the game, that issue that I'm having with the wash plant isn't usually there. And the devs are normally quite good at sorting out bugs. They've always struggled to get rid of this one with the dirt. They can never seem to get rid of it properly. But that aside, they're usually quite good at getting rid of them. skimming off the top. The best way to do it. It also makes it easier, faster as well, should I say, because you don't have to higher or lower your boom. Or if you do, it's not by much. Not until you get down towards the bottom. Of course, it would help if you took a full scoop. Well, didn't back up enough. Oh, God, no. It's a waste of fuel. Come on, get with the program. That's the gravel pump. But I'm guessing that's done it early. Can I knock that bit of dirt down? Yes, 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 there it goes. Okay. Yeah, 10% early again. So, just going to chuck them back in the wave table. Bit of a sound glitch there. So they'll survive now until the end. And I might have to do it with the loose box as well. The nugget trap one. At least the mats work properly. Huge pain if that didn't either. Right, there's the bucket swap. Let's jump back up there real quick. Yep, we've done it again. So that will be all I need to do now. Those two will fill up. And then the whole thing will fill up to max. Once the whole thing's at max, it won't, obviously, it will tell me it's full, and that's when I'm doing the clean out. Oh, crap. No, okay. I realised I pressed the button for stop the belt, but it was when I was in that. But because I had the view of the belt like that, it threw me off for a second. So again, that took about 15 minutes. So maybe I will get to another clean out. Depends what time it actually fills up. But if I do another clean out, and it is more than 1,200 ounces, which is highly likely. Oh no, wait, 2,200. Then I will be in top 10 for the seasonal. Oh yeah, his old man, not yet, no. I think that got it loose. Yeah, so if you're doing a leaderboard, guys, and you've collected all the boxes, or almost all the boxes, you know, the boxes give you bonus gold overall, but there are some that give you bonus gold only during the night. So that is where I keep referring to getting more gold at night. And that is why I will wait normally to do things, certain things, until daytime. Like smelting my gold. I can't actually reach that back section yet, so I need to clear some of this away. Oh, that was a bit too low, I think. I do like my speed though. Just as the belt is emptying, another scoop is going in usually. Just, oh, that one doesn't count. I was too close, but oh, this one might be a bit more dry belt. Oh no. So if I go long scoop, short scoop, or distance wise for the scoop, then I should be able to get a continuous belt. Oh, just about. But even so, that tiny little section, that's better than having a dry belt for, you know, a lot longer. It means your plant has less downtime. Downtime in this is more of a reference to nothing going through it, not just the plant not running. When the plant's not running in this game, it's either because you're doing a clean out or because something's broken. But in a leaderboard, you more than likely don't have any repairs to do because you've pushed through to the final tier. They have less breakable stuff on them, and or you've got your mechanics at hand. So the downtime is more a reference to dry spots on the belt. So the less your belt is running dry, the faster you'll get your gold. He hasn't put anything through yet. But you're like me. You think he's doing a clean out, don't you? Either he's hoarding buckets, or he hasn't actually put it through the wave table yet. Oh my God. I poured that in like a bloody greenhorn. Like that was like a training scoop. That should have been overburden just to train on it. Poured it all out the other side. I can't believe that. What I think is funny is there's grizzly bars on every. Well, actually, I don't know about the D-Rocker. I don't think the D-Rocker has grizzly bars, does it? But the shakers, the two shakers themselves, have grizzly bars on them for the big rocks, you know. But the conveyor belts don't. These belts should have ripped to shreds several times over, just in this stream alone. I mean, even Parker's Frankenstein has a hopper feeder feeding his conveyor belt because of the grizzly on the box and the feeders, the way the feeder evens out the pay. Right, it's getting to the point where I need to see this back wall now, so to town we go. So that's at 71%. I don't think the fuel drops whilst you're in town. Is that yep to the Parker or yep to the belts? Like they should have ripped several times over. Just in this stream alone. I call this my coffee break. Well, it would be if he took longer. My price is in here, yet to both of them now. My prices right now on the gold is... I've never seen it this high in the game. I've seen it close, but I've never seen it this high. I'm over $1,300 an ounce right now. I mean, that's only $400 an ounce short of the all-time high just after COVID in real life. Because I think around COVID time, around lockdown in the year after, the prices were something like $1,700 an ounce. I've been rewatching the shows, and I'm at the season after the COVID season, the lockdown season, right now. You know, I've gone past that nice little stretch where there was no Hoffmans. It was post Hoffman, pre Fred. But now I've had 2 seasons of... I'm on the 2nd season of Fred, so... Who, of course, is the equivalent of the Hoffmans. In fact, I think he did worse than the Hoffmans did. Yeah, because at least they had a season when they got like 1,000 ounces a couple of times. Apparently, well, I've got 41 million in the bank right now. And apparently that's not enough to smelt this gold. According to that pop-up. Well, look, right. So it's just shy of 8 grand to smelt it, right? But every time you don't have enough money. It's been like that from the very off. I don't know why it's doing it right now. And I'm sure they've probably got a fixed rating to go. They just probably don't want to interrupt the season. I don't want to look down. If I look down, it will ruin my pile. Usually, if the final gold is less than 200 ounces, I just sell it directly. But I'll smelt this one. That'll be a big enough bar. The gold's so big, it's pushing me back. Look, I'm not actually touching anything right now. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bars and the tiny one on top. That's quite a haul. At least it's still smelting them though. That would, yeah, exactly. Oh, what if? How's this for a new challenge they add into a season? What if they added it in so that he refused to smelt the gold? He was on strike, and you could only sell it directly. It's gone down in price, but it's still over 1,300 an ounce. I mean, I know what I'd do if he did that. If they added that in. I'd, even now, at this point in the game, I'd be selling magnetite as well. So, 71. Oh, they did go down. But they didn't process the dirt. Okay, that's different. So the belts stop, but the fuel doesn't. And no loans either. Bank people are striking as well. It's too much. Oh, what is lol like that? Is that emoji? I don't like. I used to do Twitch. I did, especially back when on my old Minecraft channel. But I discovered that Twitch is not very good at attracting new people. Twitch is great if you've already got a fan base. But when it comes to people discovering your channel, it's no good. It's just an emote on Twitch. Ah, fair enough. I mean, there's a lot more you can do on Twitch with, you know, pop-ups from subscribers and things like that. But it's just, it wouldn't help me out, you know. Well, it's not even that. Most people tend to look on YouTube. Twitch is great if you've already got a fan base. And that's probably why people make more money on Twitch. Because if you've already got the fan base, then you can get the money in like that. Like through monetization or whatever. YouTube's more of a money hog. You'll earn less on it. But you'll ramp up your fan base faster overall. I mean, okay, yes. You can stream on Twitch and then afterwards you can have it output the video or the stream or whatever to YouTube for you, and then you can get it on both. But I'd rather, if I could do it that way, I'd rather do it in reverse, because I would rather have the interactions here now with the people who are active, and I get more of that on YouTube than I would on Twitch. So you can I know you can multi-stream. But again, my equipment needs upgrading. Oh, I've done it before. I've done it in 3 different places. I have done it in 3 different places before. I can't remember the name of the third one. But it was something, so I used to be monetized through Freedom. But then this was before. But then YouTube decided, wait, you need so many views and so many hours watched to be able to be monetized, and I lost my monetization. I didn't get much from it. It was only like, I don't know, $20 a month or something. But considering I was only doing it as a chill out sort of thing, you know, like I am now, I don't do this for the money. I don't, apart from the occasional donation, I don't earn anything from this. No, it wasn't a mix. I think it was Stream Hub or something stupid like that. I can't remember. It wasn't anything directly associated with Twitch or with Facebook or YouTube. It was a separate thing. I think Daily Motion was one at one point as well. Like just as an output source, not a live, not having it live, but posting the videos to it as well after the fact. Right, so another 20% left on everything else. Because my jig workers can't count, or they're worried about losing a little bit before they swap it. I know, but I'm happy with YouTube. I am. I mean, right now, looking at my stats on the screen here, currently I've got 6 people watching, but I've had enough people in that I've got at least 10 likes. I've got 10 likes. I've had at least another 4 viewers max. Where people have had to refresh or they've disappeared and come back and stuff like that, I've got a total of 52 views. Now those views have split up my overall view time into an average view. So I've been streaming now for 4 hours. My average view duration is 21 minutes. So that is something in the region of... God, here we go. So 30 views would be 10 hours watched. A little over, but let's just round it down for a second. Plus 66%. So another 6.6 hours roughly. So 4 hours watched, 4 hours streamed, 16 hours approximately watched. You know, so that's pretty decent. I don't mind that. Before Christmas, I was getting somewhere in like 20 to 40 hours watched in a stream, like whilst live. But I've also been known in the past to have people watch my stream for a total of 15 minutes when I've done like 3 hours. And that is actually really disheartening when that happens. I know not everyone can make streams and they end up watching them after the fact, but when you have several streams in a row that do that, it actually does get really disheartening, and it's really difficult not to let it affect you. Does that work? No? Come on. Bump it. No. I reckon if you have a dirt node stuck on the belt like that, you should at least see it rotating in spot. Sorry. Hi. Oh, do you know what, actually? We've had our second swap out. It's 10 past. I usually stop at 11. Maybe we will get that clean out after all. And then even if that clean out is done before 11 o'clock, I'll stop. If it's done, if it takes a little tiny bit longer than 11 o'clock, I'll do it until the end of the clean out. Yeah, and it is. Yeah, I know it does. And it actually gets you really down. It's not even from a monetary standpoint, because like I said, I don't get paid to do this. Get the occasional. I do this because I like hanging out with you guys. I love the interaction. It's like at work. At work, I hate being stuck in the kitchen, and it's not because of the heat or anything like that. I mean, okay, it's a little bit because of my back, because I'm not really moving around, so my back tends to seize. But my preference is being amongst the customers. You know, even when you factor in getting the occasional dickhead customer. You know, the ones who just have no manners, the ones who leave you like a really huge mess, stuff like that. Just because they know someone's there to clean it up for them. Most people tend to leave their stuff, like collect all their stuff, put it on their tray at least. But you do get some that just scatter it all over. And that's annoying, but, you know, I do get a lot of decent interactions with people, you know. Whilst I'm cleaning the table next to them, I ask them how their food was, and it gets a minor little convo started, and, you know, I have a tiny little laugh, stuff like that. It's great. I love it. And it's the same thing here. You know, I love chatting with you guys. Even if it's just the occasional comment. At least I know that you're actually interested and not just playing a video in the background on silent out of loyalty. And whilst that is great, and I thank you if you do that, lurkers are fine as well. I'm not saying you can't lurk. I get it. If you're lurking, you might be playing the game as well, or something to that effect. It's all fine. You know, lurkers fine. I don't need everyone to chat. Oh yeah, has old man... No. No, he has not. So at some point in the next couple of days, it's going to be a little less exciting. I will have to do a claim reset. There will be the dirt deletion, plant setup. I'll buy the drills. I'm not even going to worry about drilling anymore. Don't need to. I'll buy the drills. I'm we'll have to do some bulldozing to level the land to be able to dig accurately without sliding around. It must be something sneaky. I reckon he's doing. 'Cause he did get a PC upgrade at one point, I believe he said. So I reckon he's doing a split, and he's got like a warehouse full of buckets. I mean, I have done that before. I've covered 2 entire corners of that warehouse up there in buckets. It wasn't on a leaderboard. And the thing is, even if I could do that, I mean, it's a great idea, you know, just making sure you clean enough gold so that you can maintain your cost, and then hoarding the rest. It doesn't really work for 2 reasons. One, you have to get it done before the end of the year, because when you change over from winter to spring, any gold left on the claim, whether it's in a bucket or a belt or in any part of your machinery or mats, it gets sold at a 40% loss. Or is it 60% loss? Something like that. You either make 40% of it or you lose 40% of it. And then your total's put through one way or the other. Additionally, as a YouTuber, if those who are interested in my channel when I'm doing a leaderboard, you guys want to know how I'm doing. So yeah, I do my cleanouts, I process them. In before old man jumps up to the #1 spot in the last 3 hours. Well, that would take a lot, actually. Yeah, he needs like 275,000. That Drew guy must have put through a bunch. He's been hoarding buckets because he jumped a lot. He was behind Millerai. And Millerai has been in this stream. He set high in the stream and everything before Christmas. And it's nice to see Kagira's still in it. I've never really spoken to him, I don't think. I can't remember. But he's been in every leaderboard that I've ever taken part in. I can't remember if I've ever beaten him. Let's take a look. Let's waste a moment of time. This is on max gold. So, the last one I played was that one. I swear I won on that one. God, this is so sensitive. Oh no, maybe it was 16. The last one I won. There we go. There's me. Oh, I'm in that one. I should have been in the top 10 on that one, unless I skipped that one. I might have skipped a couple in a row then. There's 8. Because I do normally, like, if I do a full season, I'm normally worn out. I can't remember where I started. No. No. See, those ones were, I was going to give it an attempt. So number 10. 10 must have been my first proper attempt. Jason, hello. Yes, absolutely, Jason. When I'm due to do one more clean out, and then whether or not I push past 11 PM on this end, I'll stop the stream. I've got less than 100% till the belts fill up. Once I've done this clean out, I should be in the top 10 on seasonal. So basically, you saw me like with a couple of 100 ounces here, a couple of 100 there. Those were back when a leaderboard season would last for 8 weeks. And there were no drilling nuggets. I work, and whilst my daughter's a good deal older now, you know, I still had to attend to her a little bit, but more. But she was still like, you know, mid-teens back then, but still had to assist her, etc. occasionally. Then, so it all took up time, and I just couldn't put in a solid season. It wasn't until they added the drilling nuggets I was able to compete against the people who didn't work. And I've absolutely nothing against, you know, it's not their fault that they're not working, is it? Well, at least not necessarily. And I fully admit I needed that help to be able to do it, to be able to compete. Azad, hello. Drew Prob took like 2 weeks off getting work or something. Time to hit the hay. Good night, Pregnator. So how you doing, future man? So, Jason, is this a game that you've got or planning to get, or given the questions you were asking? It's raining, so it's nice and cool. I mean, yeah, it's your summer, isn't it? It was so funny. Yesterday, my daughter, like, so for the last week or so, whenever my daughter's left work or she's gone from work to her friends and then left her friends, whenever she's been on her way home, it started tipping it down. No matter what time. And then yesterday she went out to go and meet a friend. And moments after she left, it started raining so hard. Within a minute of that, it started hailing. And less than a minute after that, thunderstorms. It lasted the entire 10 minutes it took her to walk to her friend's place. I couldn't stop laughing. I'm hoping the belts fill up before I have to use the excavator again. Or the plant fills up, sorry, before I have to use the excavator again. Because I don't want to have to reposition the Frank right now. Not if I've got a choice. It's been on your... Ah, that means 30% left on the rest of the plant. Been on your wish list for ages, but don't have a controller and was worried about... Yeah, no, you can. Split in two. He never uses a control pad. Ever. And the only reason I don't, like I said, is I'm always getting my controls mixed up. I'm a lot slower on the keyboard and mouse aspect. You can either use buttons to... open or close the bucket, or, and this is the kind of thing that annoys me as well, like I have trouble with, because I always get it the wrong way around. I go the wrong direction and end up spilling my dirt. You hold a mouse down, with its mouse digging, you hold a mouse button down, and then up and down moves one arm, and left and right does another, or the bucket, or something to that effect. And I always get it wrong. And yeah, absolutely. Now is the best time to get it. And I think you get it with the DLC anyway. The Parker edition, I believe, has the DLC. Oh. But it will only be on sale for the rest of the week, I believe. Right, everything got done, I think. That's all maxed. That all swapped. Wait, it swapped? So it actually worked this time. Right. Let me readjust my chair here. It creaks quite a lot when I do this, so I'm going to mute the mic. Basically, I've got one of those chairs that are like a PC chair version of a Lazy Boy. It's got some rails underneath the seat that if you put that, has a cushion attached. So you pull that out, you flip it over, then you got a leg rest. And then the back, you can almost lay down horizontally. So it's great for when my back's kicking up issues. But yeah, Jason, now is the best time to get it. This is one of the lowest prices I've seen the game at in a long time. Usually it's... Oh wait, so you're from the UK as well then, Jason? Nice. I only just clicked that you said £5. But usually it's £7-8 when it's on offer. It's nice to see another Brit, dude. Not that I don't welcome everyone. Right, turn off my gamepad because it does actually speed up the movement and it's weird. And yeah. Right, second I throw in the water, it's going to start cleaning what's in there already. Oh yeah, I should probably stop my belts. I forgot what button it is on keyboard and mouse. Yeah, that's helpful. That's engine start. I will find it. That wasn't it. That's actually really weird. Ah, there we go. It's because I was on the wrong mode. G, I swear I pressed G. Oh, it's because I was on the wrong mode. Okay. If you're in drive mode, you can't turn the belts on and off. Yeah, I know. My leaderboard skins on the Frankensteins weren't showing. So oh, apparently I turned these off apparently last time. So, you know, when I put my leaderboard Frank skins on, the Franks just look normal. So I got bored and just, you know, I got a lot of money, so I just spent $1 million on each Frank. Yeah, Jason, if you do get the game, that is something I wasn't sure because I don't remember all my controls on the keyboard and mouse, but the Frankensteins and the excavator have 2 modes. You have to push a button to change it from driving and being able to move the camera view to the digging mode. Although, I believe you can still move the camera in digging mode when you're on the mouse. So that is one benefit you have over the keyboard players, over the gamepad players. Like, so if I remember rightly, this needs to be something like 2.2, 2.4, just to be able to push through onto the top 10 on seasonal. I usually get about 1,000 ounces from the mats. This is not going to be a very high clean out from the look of it. I'm on the lower part of the dirt. It's going to be about 2,800 ounces then. Oh, I'm missing one worker and it's for the jigs. Plus, I have no mechanic and overseer. I've got 2 overseers. I got fed up with bear attacks, so I've actually got 2 overseers. I've got like 3 or 4 mechanics. Which is actually me being conservative. I've usually got 5. See, Jason, look, you can see the difference in the speed when I'm on keyboard and mouse. At least on this aspect. I do have a very high DPI mouse. In fact, it can go higher. I tend to overshoot when I use my full DPI. On the PC system settings, I've got the mouse set to highest speed it will go. That's just the Windows settings. On top of that, my DPI I use right now is 10,000. But when I ramp it up to its max, it is 16,000 DPI, plus the max speed that Windows allows on top of that. Nice, dude, nice. That will give you all the DLC, which means you can go to the top tier wash plant that I've got. It will give you the Frankenstein conveyor belts. It will also give you access to the music as well. Like there's a folder, once you download it, there's a folder in the game file somewhere. Right now, I've actually got my music set to 0 in game. Oh. Right now I've got, as you can see, my music is set to 0. There's a couple of songs within the game, or music tracks in the game, that are boring and slower paced, etc. So I took all the ones I like, and I just made them into a playlist on Windows Media Player for the streams. Welcome back. Completely missed that. Jason, my advice to you, don't bother with a leaderboard to begin with. It ends on Sunday anyway. And B, you need to get used to the mechanics of the game. So start a medium game with the tutorial. It will get you prepared in case you do want to give a leaderboard season a go. One thing I will tell you about doing the tutorial level though, David. When you reach 500 ounces, it tells you to go buy your wash plant system. Like the cheapest version of this full setup. You got two options. Because if you're mid-season, you won't have enough. 500 ounces is not enough. So you have two options. You can either rent it all, or skip until the end of the winter, last day before permafrost, buy it all then, which is when it will be the cheapest. Because the game doesn't tell you that you won't have enough money. It just says, now that you got the money, go get your wash plant. Or at least it used to. I'll read that in a second. Just let me get this sorted because it's quite loud. Just shy of 3,000 ounces. That's not too bad, actually. Oh, that's not bad. I expected to get worse than that. So, that means I should now be officially... No! Someone else put some through. No! 7 ounces, 7,000 ounces, 700 ounces shy. Or even 800. Damn it! It's not fair. I work so hard. Well, no doubt I was spending several hours scouring your old vids, and hopefully we'll see you in the leaderboard in a couple of seasons. That's absolutely fine. I look forward to the challenge. If it helps you out, not next week, but the week after, I will be starting... it will only be a couple of streams a week, like probably the first, like on the Monday and the Tuesday. But a hard mode. No, he's not on about the tier 5 hazard. He's in a, I was referring to the tutorial section. So you're on Old Arnold, it tells you to rank up 500,000, and it tells you to buy your tier 3. Now, one thing that's different for you, Jason, that I didn't have back when I did the tutorial. So when it tells you, do you want to keep your random nuggets that you find, and you say yes, when you're digging in the hog pan. Back then, all I got was the random nuggets from processing dirt. But you want to have access. Once you've done all that, you can then go ahead, grab a drill, and drill all of Old Arnold, and you'll get nuggets from that as well. I won't have that from my hard mode either. I'll have no random nuggets at all. I have to collect every speck of gold from the ground. That's the only gold I'll get. So what we're referring to, in fact, I'll show you. I'm going to go into town in a minute to sell my gold as it is daytime. Or rather waste daylight hours. And you won't have access to the boxes either. Not on a tutorial one. That gives you, you know, better digging at night or anything like that. That is just because of the leaderboard. Something they added in. But I'll show you what counts as what tier on for the wash plant. No, I want map. Oh, I also advise you, as soon as you got 20 grand spare, buy these. It used to be 200 grand. But basically, to buy these, when you've got enough money, you walk up to the sign. There's one of these on every claim. You walk up to the sign and you click on it. And it will prompt you, do you want to buy it for 20,000? You say yes. Then, everyone you want to fast travel to, you've got to unlock by doing the same thing. It only costs you 20 grand to open them up once. But you've got to unlock them individually. Where am I going here? So you will be starting here. So you want to unlock that one as soon as you can as well. That one will be helpful to you because you get your magnetite can be dumped here. If you put your magnetite trailer on the grill, all you've got to do is put it in the trailer and then hit the lever, and the lever will instantly dump it straight down and it will be collected in your stats. You've got one fast travel at every claim. You've also got one outside the hotel, one at the gas pump, and one at the blacksmiths. You're probably going to have to get a loan to start with to get your initial stuff. Your initial stuff will consist of one of these each, one each of these. So you need both of those, but one each. I would advise you, if you get the loan, to get this. Not that one. This one. You need 4 mats to go in it. The reason why you want this one is you can plumb up this. So you can set this up to automatically put water into it for you. Otherwise, if you get this one, you've got to fill up a bucket and pour it in several times to empty the hopper. But if you get this, it will tell you which side is in and which side is out of these two here. I can't remember which it is, but you get one of these. You put it on the in, and then put the other end into the stream. If you want to save, it doesn't really matter if you're not going to use it for too long. But if you are using that particular pump for quite a while, grab a water filter, put it on the end. Then you can, if you're using lots of machines off of the one pump, there is a water system though, like a pressure system, so you can't use too much before it cuts out. But that goes on the end of one of those, which can come on the out pipe, and then you can have up to 4 of these coming out of it. But does it show you when it's in here? No, there is 2 little nozzles that you can directly plumb these onto. So grab a fuel can, fill it up, and a couple extra buckets. That's all you'll need to start off. But that's tier 1. Tier 2 digging consists of an excavator, small or big, and this. It's like a test trommel. It's a mobile wash plant. It will take, you'll need at minimum that or the big one like I'm using, but this is a smaller version. You'll need one of these power leads for it. And that does take one of them for the water. First time you turn it on, you turn on the engines and everything, nothing's going to happen. There is a little red button on it somewhere that you have to press to turn it on. This is the magnetite trailer. So when you've processed your magnetite using this machine before you... So you pour it in here, it separates magnetite into one bucket, gold into another. The gold you can then process by hand or in this machine, like I have been. The magnetite, throw into here, and I'll show you where to put it in a minute. Reason being, you use the magnetite at the blacksmiths to upgrade what it can do. You don't need that necessarily to clean your mats. What you can do is you have a bucket full of water and you dunk the mat into it. That's another way of cleaning your mats. But that is tier 2. It does have buckets attached to it, or a bucket. If you get a worker on it, it will have 2 buckets that you can attach to it, and the worker will swap them out for you. But otherwise, keep track of what you're doing. I know it's a lot of information to throw at you at once, and I apologise. That present, don't ever get it. And if you ever travel to the scrapyard and you see a car hood on the floor, it's exactly the same as that present. Don't get it. It ruins the paint job on your car and it looks horrible. Tier 3. Oh, there is like a large water pump over there as well. In fact, let me go back over there real quick because this is going to help you out as well. Occasionally during the summer, it will say water source has dried up, no more water. And during extreme cold, the water source will freeze up. So you can't actually use it. You can pump either with that small pump, or you've got an electric one here which you have to plumb into the big power generator, or this one which takes diesel. So you can use them to fill this up. This tank can then output. So you've got the input on the side here. Now this is the same water pump as that one over there. Or at least the diesel one. There is an electric one as well. But so you have to turn it on. And it does take fuel, of course. But you can output from here. And you've got like a backup supply of water. These big ones can help. If you don't have access to the water tower. Because the water tower costs 150 grand. Those big water pumps can provide enough water for the next 2 tiers worth of wash plants. It doesn't. It's got a ram scoop on it and it's all rusty. It's a bunch of crap, okay? Anyway, it doesn't matter if you're renting or buying your equipment. You buy. Don't rent these sluice runs. Just buy the sluice runs outright. So you need 2 of these. These are the mats that you saw me clean. This one throws away the rocks on the end of the shaker. And this is your nugget trap. They're all cheap enough, just buy them outright. You don't necessarily need these 2 because you can dump directly into the shaker. But it's a lot easier having these 2. And if you have workers assigned to everything, you get a better wash plant bonus. Big fuel tank, of course. Big power gen. There is a mobile, you saw me using it earlier, mobile like trailer for fuel as well. So this is, after the mobile wash plant, this is the tier 3 shaker. It's also the non-DLC. So if you don't have the DLC, you can use that. This trommel. And you need 2 jigs. Now I warn you, tier 3... break down a lot more often. On this, every one of these rollers, where are they? There's one there, one there. They can all break. They're on the other side as well. The chain can break. On the jigs, the pumps here can break. That little engine down there can break. And that engine is actually quite expensive. On the shaker, you've got your springs that can break. And I think a motor as well. And the hydraulic hoses. That's what it means. The tier 3, 4, and 5 is only a reference to the jigs, the trommel, and the shaker. Sorry, the jigs, the trommel, and the shaker. This is your D-rocker. I can't remember the last time I used it, so I couldn't tell you exactly what can break on it. There's 3 sets of tires. Each of those lumps is actually a set of wheels and axles, and they actually go back and forth, creating like a wave motion on the deck, which pushes all the stuff forwards. At least that's how it's supposed to work. So that's a tier 2 shaker. Your tier 2 jigs is this one. Oh, also that jig and this jig has 2 sets of buckets each in use. So my one, you've seen it output into 1 and with 2 backups. With this one, a bucket goes there and a bucket goes there. And you can only set up 1 pair of backups. So when they swap out, if they swap out automatically of workers, you have to come over, remove the full ones and put some empty ones in. Same with this one, except the buckets go here and here. So tier 2. Oh, sorry. Tier 4. Tier 4. And tier 4. Now, every time you go up a tier, there's less stuff that can break down. There's always something, but it gets less as you go. Tier 5 is what I've got. So the reinforced trommel. And this is this is getting closer to the cheapest prices. So that's 400,000 right there. The gravel pumps. You need 2 of those, obviously. And the Glacier Creek. And then, of course, you've got Frankenstein's here. You can rent, everything in this yard here, you can rent. It's got a daily rental cost. Once you've purchased or rented, so you've also got, obviously, when you're going for your mobile wash plant, you're probably going to want to start off with the small. Either buy the small if you can afford it, or if you can't afford to buy this one, rent it. Once you've rented everything or bought everything in here, you have to order it. If you're renting anything, don't do it till after midnight. If you're wasting money. Then it's all in your storage space here, and you need to transfer it over. The big trailer I don't mind showing you with. So that to push it over, and then you move your machines, but it does have a cost per thing. Machines on claim. 1. I've got 2 on Rivertown. So on Rivertown, I can have an excavator and a dump truck, or a front end loader and a dump truck, or an excavator and a front end loader, whatever. Just 2 machines tops. On this one, I can only have 1. On here, I can have 8. I've got loads of money, so this is fine. It'll cost you 20,000 to get the second slot. 30, 40, 50, 60. This is like 60 and then 70. This isn't going up 10,000 each time. So that's how much all of that costs. So that's quite expensive. But once you transferred it to claim, I advise you to do it in small bursts. You see me set up. I think, like you said, you saw my how I set up. Did I show you how I did the wash plant step by step? If I did, follow that setup guide, because if you do any part out of order, it's harder to get any other part in place. And then I advise you to only get in a couple of pieces at a time. So get both your jigs in first, then move on, get both your sluice runs in, because you can pick them up together. Thank you for taking time out of your stream to educate me. I see lots of tries, fails, restarts, and maybe occasional rage quits ahead of me, but I'm ultimately fun. Ignore the noob. Yeah, no, dude, I lost track of how many times I restarted old Arnold. I'm not even kidding you. Every time I didn't even get halfway most of the time, and I was like, hang on, I know a better way I can do this. It is a learning curve, and you're constantly changing the way. There's no right or wrong way to dig, with the exception of digging from top down and bottom up. That's the only difference. That's the only thing you need to pay attention to. But that aside, there is no other way. I mean, you need to find your style. The way that you find you dig not only easiest, but fastest. If you dig straight from the bottom up, you end up deleting a lot of dirt and you lose a lot of gold. I did do a double up. I did do 2 streams. I think I mentioned to you earlier. I did 2 streams about that, proving it. Best way to dig myth busting is what I called them, I believe. I just realised. How long was my mic muted? Whoops. Dude, as a
bit closer to your PSU. Happy New Year, thanks for all the great streams.
Azza, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I actually think that might be enough on top of the previous donation you gave me to do it. Dude, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Alright, so in case I was muted, this is where you upgrade your magnetite. Upgrade your gold smelting with the magnetite you collect. It takes you 15 minutes in game to smelt bars to begin with, and it's only 20 ounces at a time. You get a bigger gold loss per ounce to begin with, and it costs you more per ounce to smelt, obviously. Once you unlock them all, then yeah, you're at where I am. you do, I'll show you on the next one, 320 per bar. You only lose 8 ounces. That's pretty good. Once you've maxed out all of your upgrades, you can actually directly sell your magnetite here. You get a good, I don't know, $70,000 per 10,000 ounces of magnetite. Don't ever sell your gold here if you need the money, because you only get 40% of its value. No, seriously, Azza, dude. Thank you so much. Sorry, my mind's wandering to the ones I was looking at now. Oh, you see? Oh, is that all I've got left? 25. I'm just going to sell that directly. Screw that. That's not much of a bar at all. And I don't need the money, really. Right. Let me go sell my hull. Why am I walking? So this is right. So to begin with, as well, Jason, this claim here will say 0 to lease, like this one does. It only got changed for the leaderboard. This is where you buy it. Your loan, you're going to start off with a 2,500 loan, but the more gold you collect, the bigger your loan can get. The installments, if you increase, obviously it costs you more to pay back overall. But to begin with, I do recommend with your 2,500, I don't even think I can hit that number. No. Or is it 600? I don't know. I can't remember. Just get your smallest loan, the largest loan you can on 24 payments. That way, you got a chance. You survive your first night for sure, and it won't take much to pay it back. Your stock. So it gives you a day-by-day breakdown. Oh, it's dropped beneath 3,000. 1,300. I normally just leave it on the year. You can see the trend. But it can get as low as this. It doesn't make too much difference overall. But for me right now, it's giving me like a 40,000 to a 312 ounce bar. It's 1,200 for the first one, I said thank you. And I said I'd show you the magnetite area, and I'll do this before I end off the stream. So there's quite a few story pages in this corridor. There's about 7 or 8, I think. Let's call it 6 to 8 to be safe. So on both sides there's a few, and you do get a flashing icon up in your top left or top right. I can't recall. I think there's one around that corner somewhere as well. Old Arnold's down that way. This is your magnetite trailer, so you park it on this grid. You dump your magnetite into the top there, and then quite simply, I won't let me pull it because I've got nothing in there. But you pull that lever. I'm surprised that hasn't broken already. But that's pretty much everything you need for the startup. That's an abbreviated, obviously, breakdown. On here, you need to everything is locked except for the bank. It'll cost you like 10,000 on here, but don't unlock that until you want a worker for something you're using. Like if you're on, you don't really need it for the hog pan mats to begin with. if you're just going through your tutorial and getting used to the game. Wait until you've got to your mobile wash plant. Sell your equipment where the skip is. Sell the sluice runs and the box, the hog pan box, before you unlock it. And then the first worker you'll get will either be an excavator driver, if you've got an excavator on site, that is. Excavator driver, mobile wash plant worker, mechanic, or overseer. Mechanic and overseer are less likely. But if you get one on your wash plant straight off, you can put in that second bucket and they'll swap it out for you. Transport is the same as at the vehicle shop. You know, you can just transfer stuff between claims, etc. Notification, highly unnecessary. It's just a backlog of all the little bits and bobs that have popped up. If you missed the notification, it's there basically. But I just got it because I had the money, you know. Equipment and machine stores. You'll be better off, unless you've got a huge excess of money, going to the stores. It costs you a lot more here than it will do going in person. If you have a mechanic on site, they will repair the durability for you. Let me see if I can find you an example. I've got like 3 or 4 mechanics top tier, so they're pretty on it. Waiting for one of these to drop beneath. Oh, look. See? They're not even letting it, because I've got such good mechanics, they're not even letting it drop beneath 100%. When you see that sign, a mechanic is repairing stuff for you. But if something breaks down, I'm going to head back into town one more time. In fact, I think I could have shown you from the tent, actually, from the tablet, but oh well. You can get in... Oh, yeah, it's the only entrance anyway. But in here, this is where all your parts live. Anywhere from trailer and truck tyres, hydraulics to pump nozzles and excavator tracks, even the sun gears inside the excavators. I've only ever had to replace one set of these once, and it is a pain in the arse. Make sure you've got a jack with you at all times. And as soon as you can afford a spare tyre wheel. Not the pickup truck. Oh yeah, pickup truck wheel. As soon as you can afford, or a reinforced, one or the other. Just always have a spare one on site and a jack. Keep an eye on the tyre wheels. The front ones will degrease a lot faster than the back ones. When the front, I think it's the front tyres. One set will go down faster than the other. When one set, front or back, is at 50%, use a jack to rotate the tyres. Trust me. The mobile wash plant will go through these jets and engines a bit quickly. The engines are quite expensive on the reinforced, so it probably works out better for you just to get the cheaper ones. But if a reinforced part is cheap enough, get a reinforced part instead. They will last you a lot longer. There's a reinforced version of basically everything. Look, there's even water pump fuses, buttons for your big generators, coolers for your mobile thingies, mobile generators, teeth for your buckets. The reason why the cogs are such a pain in the ass to change is you've actually got to undo every one of those bolts. You've got springs for your wash plants, hoses for a certain type of wash plant. There's your rollers for your trommel. Even the work lights. Trommel chain, jig pumps, buckets on your ladder, on your hopper right at the beginning of the plant. Got engines for the wash plant. Lots of things. Even hoses. These hoses you can replace on either excavator, front end loader, the first shaker you get. Fuel nozzle. Don't drive off with the fuel nozzle attached to anything. You'll rip this off and you'll start losing fuel. That's for your pickup truck. You got your nuggetator stuff. You know, your wash plant cleaning equipment, all sorts. If your vehicle is out of fuel, there is a way of getting it, like I'm sure you've seen me do it. When my vehicles are out of fuel, I just start the engine and they instantly refuel. You won't have that. You need to have 6 different vehicles on site to activate it. Each of these vehicles needs a tier 3 worker assigned to it. Otherwise, you have to refuel them manually. And if you try starting the engine when there's no fuel in it, literally 2 or 3 attempts at that will completely destroy a fuel filter. And then you have to do the walk of shame if it's your truck and you haven't unlocked the fast travel. Walk of shame being walking this entire distance, like with just to get a fuel filter or with a gas canister. Oh, that mobile water tank. If you've run out of water there, and there's no way to fill it up because your river is dry or frozen, drive it out down here. You can fast travel with a trailer attached as well, by the way, but it detaches itself on the other when you get here, so you have to reattach it. But anyway, you drive it down to here, then you unattach it from the car. It won't let you do it if it's attached to the car. Then you need the big blue hose attached to that, and then onto the thing, and then you can buy water directly. And this is where you get your fuel from if you can't buy it on the big one on claim like I do. Is there anything else that you think or feel like you need to know? Again, thank you for your time and patience and clear. That's absolutely fine. Like I said, I've got absolutely no issue with it, dude. You know, the faster you're a competitor, the more fun these things become. In terms of profitability with the golden claim, this is your starting claim. This one down here is the second best claim, second worst claim, should I say. I hate this claim, I really do, and it forced me to start on this one this season. Then your second best, which is the third claim you'll get, is Pine Valley. And then Nighthawk being the best. No, there's a lot more to it than just knowing it all, you know. This pad and this thing here is where you sell stuff. Any vehicle that's on here will sell as well. But you do normally have an option of clicking on something and then saying remove instead of sell. So let's say I had the chains attached to the bucket of my excavator for carrying stuff. I put the bucket of my excavator over the sell point. It will tell me 4 chains and my excavator. So I then click on my excavator and I'll click remove. Then it will just say 4 chains and then I'll sell and it will only get rid of the chains. I didn't say it. Did I? Did I say Riverview again? Rivertown. It's Rivertown. I hate that I do that. It's just something that stuck in my head and I never got rid of it. Oh, I wanted to. Oh, okay. Right, before I make even more of a fool of myself, I'm going to call it here, guys. Oh, shoot. See, I just drove off with my line. There's me telling you. I didn't even realise I left it in there. Thankfully, my mechanics are so good. They've already on it. Look at that. But anyway, guys, I'm going to end it off here. I can't believe I came so close to getting a top 10 position. Only for him to do that. That sucks. You suck. I'm okay now. And, old man still hasn't done anything. Yes, I'm going to go. Stop laughing, guys. I'm going to go now. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Probably my usual stream time, though I won't set it until I get home from work. So it'll depend on how I feel. It'll either be 6:30 or 7 PM my time. Hopefully we can get on that top 10 then. But in the meantime, everyone, thank you very much for watching. Please don't forget to rate and comment below. See, you throw me for a loop here. Please don't forget to rate and comment below, and I will see you next time. Have a good night, guys. Stay safe, sleep well. Goodbye.